distance to get here, and it's just great to be here and connecting with people. Now, it's interesting over the last couple of days just talking to people. Everyone wants to know, who are you, where you're from, and how do you know Bobby? So I'll answer some of those questions before I kick off. So my name's Peter, or Dr. Peter Ng. I come from Woolworths Supermarkets in Australia and Senior Technical Specialist. I am considered potentially an anomaly, or in microbiological speak, an outlier. The reason behind that is, how often do you find a microbiologist working for a retailer? I'm also Chinese in appearance, but I don't speak any Mandarin or Cantonese. So once again, an anomaly. So as I've worked through my career at Woolworths, I've gone through many different paths and through the introduction and all like that. So today, the topic is going to be on the rise of emerging and re-emerging pathogens. So I want to take you on a journey. It's more a thought starter. What could happen? What we've been hearing through the conference over the last couple of days is, yes, these are the organisms of concern. This is how we can test for them. This is how we risk assess them. But let's turn a lens on this now and see, get out your crystal ball, get out, what do you think is going to happen over the next couple of 6 months to 12 months, and what's going to be the next microorganism of concern, especially around the foodborne pathogens. So as I mentioned, I'm from Woolworths. Not many people know about it, and I'm not going to talk much about it because most of my presentation is around the emerging microorganisms. So Woolworths is a large retailer in Australia. We have over 1,000 supermarkets. And from my perspective, I'm part of this technical team. Our technical team's quite large. It's got 50 to 80 people in it. And we focus on food safety and brand protection, all end to end. So we've got a food safety operations team, which works with our food safety, with our delis and all like that. I'm part of the technical food and formulated non-food team. And you can look at a senior technical specialist as like a national quality manager. In other words, we manage the entire category nationally from our head office. So at the moment, I'm looking after dairy-based products, cheeses, as well as chilled plant-based products like tofus and all like that, and also chilled juices. But through my time at Woolworths, I spent multiple different times in different categories. I've looked at produce, I've looked at organics, I've looked at fresh-cut salads, I've looked at value-added meat products, so sausages and rissoles. Poultry's in there as well. Seafood is very big in Australia, so fresh seafood, frozen seafood, value-added seafood. Bakery-based products as well, so seasonal and ISB in-store bakery products. A range of different products where I've had to apply my microbiological knowledge and background in understanding about what's going on here, what's going on with this particular category. And then from that, I've actually gone, okay, great, I'm looking after a category, but I get drawn into all these side projects because people know you've got a micro background and they say, okay, can you do a pathogen modeling of this? Great. How would you risk assess this from a microbial assessment? Washing of a crate, which is used to store produce and also raw meat as well to prevent a cross-contamination, especially with pathogens. So experience-wise, it's been great. Being at a retailer, I've stepped into multiple different facilities, suppliers, both large and small. So from a technical team, we have basically what would I call it? A mantra. We want to be the global leader in own brand. Our team's more about the own brand protection. We want to be renowned for exceptional quality products, product safety, and that unwavering customer trust. Because as a retailer, if we break that trust, well, our brand's out the door. We lose that trust, it's hard to get those customers back again. Now, as I said, I'm not going to talk much more about Woolworths. We're here to talk about the rise of emerging and re-emerging pathogens. So today, we're going to cover a couple of key areas. Why does it matter? Why do we need to worry about these emerging and re-emerging pathogens? What are some of the global drivers around this as well? We'll have a look at some of the case studies, because I like to always put some literature and some background behind these as well. And what are the other notables to watch? There's detection and surveillance gaps. What are they? What should we be taking into account? Emerging technologies, which has been great so far, and the regional relevance here too, especially in the UAE. And then what can we do, and some of my closing thoughts. And as I mentioned earlier, this is a thought starter. I'm going to leave time at the end for questions and all like that, because it's important that when we look at these things, different people have different ideas. And this is my thoughts and my ideas which are coming through in terms of what could be the next things coming on the horizon. So why does it matter? I know we've got a variety of different people who attended the conference here. So I'm going to cater this for just about everyone in the room, hopefully. So from a retailer perspective, from my perspective, there's a customer demand for those fresher, cleaner, ready-to-eat products which have minimal processing. They want no preservatives, less salt. They want to have those really fresh products, really fresh, short shelf life as well. And that presents challenges from a microbiological perspective, let alone a shelf life and organoleptic perspective as well. There's also different new manufacturing processing technologies coming along as well. And this continues to evolve. So one of the ones here is cold pressed juices. And in terms of microbiological speaking, it uses pressure instead of heat to sterilize a liquid. So we're dealing with new technologies. How do they adapt? Does it kill every organism? Is it the same as our 6-log reduction we get with a heat kill step? There's also new customer cooking equipment. So when we deal with products, obviously customers sometimes cook it at a home as well. We would do a cooking validation. Now, typical cooking in the oven, on a pan, that's been around for years. Microwave, a little bit longer. But what about the newer technologies coming on board? We've got air fryers now. We've got thermomixers. All the different technologies now which are used to cook a product at home to make it safe for the consumer. And finally, globalization and climate change. They continue to reshape the microbiological landscape of food. And that's regarding the availability of raw materials. Raw materials do vary, and there's challenges, there's shortages, there's droughts, and that going on. With substitutions of raw materials going on, it can sometimes lead to additional risks in our manufacturing facilities, additional risks from a retailer perspective as well. All of these we need to take into account when we're thinking about what's emerging, what can come through our supply chain. Now, this is a quick summary, and it's not overarching comprehensive, but just to call out that some of the global recalls due to foodborne pathogens just in 2025. And as I mentioned at the beginning, and I might have mentioned to multiple people before this, I put this together a week or so ago, and as per usual, this will probably be out of date next week as other things come along. But as we look at it here, we can see some general trends overall. So we've got the recalls out of Europe, Salmonella, Listeria, E. coli. Got Europe, Listeria, we've got S-Tech or E. coli once again, Salmonella. Middle East, where we are here right at the moment, we've got Listeria, Salmonella, Listeria. And back home, where I come from, Listeria, E. coli, E. coli. So some of the similar bugs are coming through. So we've got to think to ourselves, well, what's going on? What are the ongoing trends? Some of these are not small suppliers. I remember being in dairy dealing with this Monami Emborg soft cheese recall, which went across multi-countries and all like that, just because of the one site with the Listeria detection. And all these sites have GFSI audits. They are audited by third parties. They've also potentially got programs in place, food safety programs. They may have positive release programs in place as well. But what else is going on here? Why are we still seeing the same thing going along? Is it the emerging technologies, the changing technologies that we now see with the rapid testing for pathogens? Is that what's driving it? Are we getting better detection due to the sensitivities being better? It's all those questions that go through my head and should go through your heads as well in terms of, well, why haven't we solved the problem? It should be easy enough to solve the problem overall. However, something to consider. Now, I did another similar talk, not on food microbiology and emerging pathogens, but to the pharmaceutical industry. And I pulled stuff together and I said, well, what's the best way to start off something regarding emerging microorganisms or re-emerging? And you've got to come up with a definition of that. And this is what I pulled together. So an emerging microorganism is a new or re-emerging microorganism that is newly appeared, so would have been appeared for the first time, is rapidly increasing in incidence or geographical range, and this can include previously unrecognized microorganisms, pathogens that have recently evolved, or old microorganisms that have returned. And it was interesting in the session yesterday that with Francois, it's like we're looking at the infant form of botulinum coming around again. And there's other cases you can look at different food products as you go through. It's like, well, have they evolved or is it really previously unrecognized? So as we progress through, just keep this in the back of your mind that this is the type of organisms we're looking at. Now, overall, there's global drivers to why we may be seeing different emerging microorganisms or re-emerging microorganisms. We've got a global food trade, and sometimes we may have a long supply chain, especially for raw materials coming into countries and out of countries, exporting, importing products as well. So therefore, we may have longer shelf lives out there as well. We've got climate change, increasing temperatures, warming oceans coming in as well. As I mentioned earlier, around retail, we've got a change in dietary preference. So it's a preference, it's not an allergen, it's a preference by a customer that they're going to change in their diet. So they want to go for that raw, unprocessed, the organic, the ready to eat, as you would pick it off the tree and just consume it. We are also seeing an increase of antimicrobial resistance, and something we need to take into account too as we go through. Clinical, they've seen a lot of this, but in food, it's something we need to start to consider as well. And then finally, urban agriculture and water use. Water is the main thing which drives obviously the growth of crops and the plants and all like that, but urban agriculture, like hydroponics, vertical farms and all like that, and are we going to use our water again? So going through basically rainwater and so on like that. Now we're going to step through a couple of different case studies at the moment. So the first one I wanted to draw your attention to is there's been some incidences of Salmonella in Newport. And why Salmonella? Salmonella's been around for ages. You can pick it off vegetables and all like that. But it seems to be adapting to plant hosts. So traditionally in the past, Salmonella's attributed to links to animal hosts. Contaminated animal products actually cross-contaminating onto the produce. And we've found that the study out of US especially, there's Salmonella enterotica cerevisiae Newport, has been implicated in large US outbreaks linked to plant-based foods. So these are back in early 2020s, so cucumbers, tomatoes, and leafy greens. Now it's been found that Salmonella can adapt to survive and colonize plant surfaces. They attach to the stomata, so the actual open part of the cells and the root structures of the plants. And they tolerate the plant's defense chemicals just by sitting on the outside. And these are very interesting. If you've ever done a microbial ecology of plants, it's a very challenging environment to survive on. There's no nutrients, it's aerobic environment, and on the leaf surface and cut edges, it's very hard to grow on. It's very exposed to all the environment. We've also found that they mimic plant hormone signaling, so they can enter into the plant tissue. Now, for those of you who've been around for a while, this is very similar. If you think back with apples, E. coli, temperature differentials during washing, we can get internalizations for E. coli as well. So it's nothing new about the way that Salmonella is doing it, but it's a different perspective that this organism has adapted to plant hosts and is doing something very similar to what E. coli was doing with the apple industry. So what strategies then do we need to take into account of this? So our traditional route of cross-contamination we may have already thought about, but what about the next stage strategies? So washing alone won't remove it because they're going to be fixed or be inside the actual cell structure of the plant. And the control strategies then need to flip, and we need to start taking into account pre-harvest intentions, the irrigation water quality, anything soil amendments, pesticides, which takes me back to my research days when we looked at growth of pathogens in pesticide liquids and all like that. And they do grow in there. Like the farmers will just actually mix up the pesticide with normal water, which might not be potable water, just leave it to sit in the sun for up to 1 to 2 days, and then spray it on their crops. We also then need to look at genomic surveillance as well. WGS, very big. I'm hearing a lot of this going around as well, but to track the persistence in the plant supply chain. And finally, post-harvest control. So that control of the cold chain management as well, and use of anti-biofilm sanitizers. Next one I won't touch on because I know Francois is coming up after me, and he talked on this one as well, but the other one which is coming around, it's been around, is infant formula Chronobacter. As I said, I wrote this last week, and a week can be a long time, as we're seeing in the USA at the moment, so with the botulinum issue. So just a quick one, this was regarding Chronobacter, not Clostridium at that stage, and the risks of that occurring, which still occur, And it's not just in one country. It's across multiple countries. So when we look at issues, is it based out of one country, or are we seeing different issues in different countries? So just something else to have a think about. The next one was interesting when I first started to pull together this presentation, Archobacter. I'm going, what in the world is Archobacter? What species is it and where does it fall in place? So Archobacter is related to Campylobacter, which should be familiar to most of you. Now, Archobacter was part of the Campylobacter family. There's some main changes why it was moved out. It actually grows under air conditions. So Campylobacter usually doesn't grow under air, it grows under microaerophilic or anaerobic conditions. So Archobacter grows under aerobic conditions. It can also grow at lower temperatures compared to Campylobacter. So that's why it's been pulled out separately. Also, the reason why potentially it could be an emerging issue, it has very similar clinical symptoms as Campylobacter. So it may get misdiagnosed through a clinic if they don't actually test it properly. Because it actually does look much similar to Campylobacter, microbiological speaking as well. Some of the products to consider is poultry, meat, like animal-based, and also water as well. So we've got just a couple of ones. So it's been found in poultry, shellfish, and raw milk. And this is emerging due to improved diagnostics at the moment. We talk about WGS and all like that, but the increases in diagnostics and sequencing. We can then tell the difference more easily between Archobacter and Campylobacter. There is 3 out of the 5 species of Archobacter which are actually pathogenic, and they can actually cause gastroenteritis as well as bacteremia as well. And just to add on top of all that, 25% of isolates which they've found are multi-drug resistant, so resistant to antimicrobials, which the hospitals, the doctors may give you if you get food poisoning and all like that. And just to add another layer on top of that, you've got biofilm formation as well. So these particular organisms can form biofilms, which are very hard to remove in the production and processing environment, especially on food contact surfaces and all like that. The next one might seem a bit strange, Enterobacteriales, and that's not a spelling mistake, not Enterobacteriaceae, but Enterobacteriales. Now, this family includes E. coli, Klebsiella, Enterobacter serracea. So it does seem closely related to Enterobacteriaceae as well. And they found this increasing recognised as food pathogens beyond your typical E. coli, O157. Everyone's familiar with O157, O111 and all like that. The reason why it's showing increasing recognition is they're antimicrobial resistant. It's a growing challenge across the board. So EBSL, which is basically beta-lactamase enzyme, so they produce it very similar to E. coli, therefore become antimicrobial resistant. Then some of them also carbon, and I'll get that wrong because I'm not a chemist, carbapenem resistant as well, strains, and they found it in meat, produce and seafood. And environmental persistence in these particular ones has been found in irrigation water as well. So we've got a potential source from water, potential source from meat, produce, seafood. Doesn't leave much out there which is not of a potential to consider. And there have been some recent outbreaks on these ones too. So 2022, the Klebsiella was found linked to fresh vegetables in Europe. In 2023, we found Enterobacter cloacae, which is not that far off. It's pretty, you pick it up pretty commonly, but a multi-drug resistant Enterobacteria cloacae identified in contaminated seafood shipments. And then in 2024, just 1 year ago, your carbon-resistant E. coli in imported greens coming here to the Middle East. Now, the reason why we're also focusing on these is the detection of these requires WGS or sequencing to a degree for the resistance gene profiling, potentially multiplex PCR as well for the rapid identification, and also MALDI-TOF as well. And we're looking at global surveillance, so they've been basically we're finding it just about everywhere, aren't we? Based on what we're seeing just on the recall data or outbreak data already. Another one, which I'm not sure it's been touched on during this conference, but when I was having a chat to Bobby on the topic, he said, there's been some stuff going about MERS. I'm going, what in the world are MERS? So I had to do a little bit of search, but MERS is related to a whole group of respiratory viruses very similar to coronavirus. So SARS we know about. MERS refers to Middle East respiratory syndrome related to coronavirus. There's other ones within this particular group as well. So there's human adenoviruses, there's humobocovirus, influenza, so like the common cold, and then bovine coronavirus as well. The question then goes, well, most of these are spread by direct or indirect, basically, contact. So can these viruses, respiratory viruses, be transmitted through potentially contaminated foods? We know it happens with other viruses, hepatitis A, norovirus and all like that, through infected handlers, contaminated water. But what about these particular viruses? So in particular for SARS and MERS, there's some literature floating around out there at the moment. There is persistence on fresh fruit and vegetables, and seafood, chicken, pork, and dairy products. And just looking at that, you can see it's been detected in mussels, fish, crustacea, raspberries. Raspberries usually get a bad name for themselves, and then mussels as well. But what has been found is cooking temperature is the main control for these particular viruses. It's an effective way of inactivating the respiratory virus. If we cook the product properly, it will not spread. Great. So therefore, if we cook the product, we've got a product which you cook great. But what about your ready-to-eat product, your fresh produce items? You don't cook them necessarily all the time. You may just wash them and then eat them. So therefore, we've got to look at around prevention measures of what's coming through. And worker hygiene is also important because these are those direct and indirect contact. So as I mentioned there, risk, fresh produce, and also ready-to-eat foods. Other notables. I've touched on a couple of these as well, but first of the notables, viruses. Hepatitis A and norovirus. Everyone knows frozen berries, it goes around worldwide, definitely an issue, ongoing issue with frozen berries and the amount of testing they're doing there. Hepatitis E as well, something else to consider in other animal-based products as well, with zoonotic transmission, but the detection, you notice on this one, different methodology for the detection as well. We've got the mycobacterium in there, paratuberculosis for dairy products. There's potentially a controversial link there to Crohn's disease as well. So we're getting stuff which is coming through dairy products and all like that with other links. And then there's another interesting one on the bottom here, which I threw in, atypical Listeria inocua strains. Now, Listeria inocua, usually not pathogenic and cause illness, but we've been starting to find hemolytic variants which carry the Listeria pathogenicity islands, or LIPI, and that's been found by once again, your WGS and all the molecular methods needed for identification. Now, why is some of these so relevant to, especially here in the Middle East and UAE? So here in this particular area, well, there's just a high dependence on food imports. You can only grow so much. You basically walk outside the door, it's a hot climate. You can only grow so much food here. So you are dependent on bringing stuff in. So it's important to know what to go to look for, or think what you should go to look for when it's coming on its way in. The hot climate alone might be control, but does it increase your microbial risk? Are the pathogens adapting to the hot temperature? I also mentioned earlier, urban and vertical farming innovations. So as we adapt them, what's been done there in terms of the risk assessments around them? What are some of the controls we need to make sure we take into place? And finally, the food security agenda. So maintaining your food security, making sure you're monitoring it on the way in through testing or other measures. You want to make sure early detection, you can control it and make sure it doesn't spread. Other things to think about, and I touched on it earlier, is the processing technologies out there. So plant-based alternatives. So vegan cheese, potential for Listeria mono, is it there or not? Cell-cultured meats. Insect-based proteins is on the rise too. And high-pressure processing I've thrown in there too. It's interesting on the vegan cheese that Listeria will grow better in a vegan milk product, the raw milk itself, which is used to do it, compared to an animal-based, cow's-based milk, due to the pH and conditions for the growth. It'll grow faster in the vegan product than it does actually in the non-vegan product. So some things we need to start taking into account, especially when we want to bring on the new food systems and processing technologies, and when we're conducting the risk assessments as well. Some of our detections and surveillance gaps we need to have a think about as well. So We've got a reliance on legacy culture techniques, so we've got to start like the plating methods and so on like that. There's sometimes under detection, especially when we get low resources, costs and all like that, especially the testing as well. We've got limited regulatory monitoring sometimes of the non-traditional pathogens, so some of the ones we talked about as well. And sometimes there's fragmented global data sharing. How do we pull all this together to share the data? And this is through these type of environments, these conferences and all like that, that we actually share knowledge and ideas, and it's great walking around and doing this during this conference. The emerging technologies, and we'll skip through quite quickly, I'm just checking on the time, but just to keep in mind that we do have these emerging technologies. What have we got in our kit to start detecting these emerging or re-emerging microorganisms, pathogens of concern? Don't forget about these. Understand some of these are costs and have a cost behind them, but don't forget about them because we've got to work out how we pick up these things, especially when we don't know whether they can come through. I've been in Woolworths for, as I said, 19 to 20 years. Through that time, I've seen melamine in infant formula and milk powders. I remember running around the lab and calling other labs to say, hey, look, do you have a method for melamine? No, it's only in research stage. We should try to avoid that if we can as much as possible. And doing this and understanding what could come through can help us develop new methods, new technologies, and new ways of picking things up. And as we come to the end, so what can we do? So obviously we want to make sure we risk-base our testing programs, knowing our products, knowing what the controls are, knowing what can come through. Best thing to do, horizon scanning and a proactive surveillance is, horizon scanning is keeping an eye on what's going on in the world, not just in your own little local environment, but in the world. So at Woolworths, we've got a whole team. As I said, I'm probably one of 40 to 50 odd people in the team. And that's our job. We need to scan the horizon, know what we're going to test because we need to protect our brand. And that's what we do as a team. So horizon scanning is the best thing. How are you looking at the data? Where is it coming from? Approved supply programs. With raw materials coming in, you've got to rely on approved supply programs. Where do you know where all your raw materials are coming from? Have you done risk assessment? Are you using alternate ingredients? We understand some of the challenges there around risk assessments for alternate ingredients. Using of the rapid detection methods, as we touched on already, the molecular methods, public-private data sharing, and the training in advanced microbiology as well. As we go through the training, sometimes we're getting a lot more people coming through which might not be trained as much as what they were in the past. So it's how do we spread the knowledge, especially around advanced microbiology as well. And closing thoughts. These are some of the basically thoughts I put together, but invisible threats. So your emerging and re-emerging organisms can sometimes be considered as an invisible threats. And how can we take actions on them? What are our visible actions on it? We need to take into account your climate change and pathogen adaptation. Look at emerging food systems and rethink of the food safety frameworks which go behind that. Antimicrobial resistance and foodborne pathogens. We've seen a couple of them and we've had a couple of examples of those too. Technology and collaboration, this is one I like the best, is our strongest tools. Collaborating, talking through events and all that, sharing ideas is the best way of how we can combat some of this stuff. And it's time to shift from reactive, so we don't want to be reactive, we want to try and be proactive as much as possible in our food safety. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I've got a couple of minutes left and we can take some questions if there's any there.
Hi, my name is Anzia. I want to ask about the biofilm by the Archobacter. Is it not prevented by sanitizing, like, the regular sanitizing? Will it work?
So the question was around biofilms and use of sanitizers. So biofilms in general, and it's not just specifically to Archobacter, basically form on the surface of food contact, usually with a lot of wet surfaces and so on like that. And what it is it's like a layer of microorganisms. It can be Archobacter, it can be a wide range of different organisms which are out there. Now, biofilms, when they attach, they form a layer and they firmly attach to the surface. And therefore, if you're just washing and all like that, sometimes sanitizer won't just take it off. Sometimes you actually have to have a physical agitation to actually remove and break it up so it's removed. So overall, biofilms are a challenge across the industry, and to take into account ways we can counter them. Obviously, as much as possible, is get in and inspect things as well through all your production equipment and so on like that. You also want to potentially use a rotation of sanitizers too in the environment. So if you rotate, sometimes that might work, but otherwise it's sometimes just the manual just to try and break it up. It's the biggest challenge that we have as a food industry is these biofilms and just trying to remove it, especially in hard to reach areas. Cool. If you've got any questions and don't feel like asking me in open sessions, come find me afterwards. Happy to chat. Anything retail or food micro, just come and find me. Cheers.
Thank you, Dr. Peter. So moving to our next presentation, we are glad to welcome Dr. Amira Ayad, a research associate at the Center for Excellence in Post-Harvest Technologies at North Carolina A&T State University. Dr. Amira specializes in food safety, fermentation, and post-harvest innovation. So with over 20 years of experience in food microbiology and nutritional science, she advances sustainable food system through applied research in freeze and spray drying technologies. Welcome, Dr. Amira. I will also be presenting Dr. Dia Hassanan, who is a senior scientist and consultant with over 20 years of experience in microbiology, food safety and quality systems. He has led major initiatives in HACCP, CGMP, and risk management across the food and dairy sectors, aligning operations with FDA, USDA, and global standards. He is a trusted advisor and mentor and focuses on strengthening quality systems, resolving safety challenges, and advancing public health through science-based solutions. So Dr. Amira and Dr. Dia will be presenting the topic on dairy safety and quality in a global context, challenges and future directions.
Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here at the 19th at the Dubai International Food Safety Conference to discuss the effect every household has, dairy safety and quality. My name is Amira Ayad, and I represent the Center of Excellence Post-Harvest Technologies at North Carolina Agriculture and Technical State University. Today's presentation explores dairy safety and quality, highlight the evolution and future challenges with the raw milk consumption, future path for safer, sustainable dairy practices. Milk is more than a food. It's deeply embedded in culture, nutritional, and economy. It's nutritional dense and consumed by the most vulnerable people, like infants, elderly people, and immunocompromised people. Over 6 billion people consume dairy globally and often daily. 200 liters per year global milk consumption. But unlike canned goods or food, milk is fragile. It's spoiled quickly and travel fast. It's often handled by scales. That's why milk safety is not just a farm issue. It's a global logistic and system issue. Why milk is unique food safety challenge? Think about milk as an ultimate luxury hotel, 5-star hotel. Milk from microbial perspective, it's 5-star real estate. It has everything microbes need. High water activity, 87%, a gentle near natural pH, 6.7, comfy acid level for many microbes, and plenty of food, sugar, proteins, and fat. That like giving the microbes soft bed, room service, and perfect room temperature. No wonder bacteria love it, right? Our job as a food safety professionals to be the hotel manager who keeps the wrong guest out. But as we all see and know, even with the best doorman in the world, trouble still finds its way. Even with the good pasteurization, any post-process exposure and time temperature abuse in distribution can accelerate microbial growth. Because dairy is fast-moving and often cross-border. Reputationally impact from single labs can go global. We all love milk, but we could not agree on what safe milk means. Around the world, raw milk is still trusted tradition. Everybody's talking about advanced technology, PCR technology, detector sensor. But let's step back and think about our culture, our tradition, our roots, where milk can be the safety issue. In over 80 countries, raw milk is still sold legally or informally. And in some areas, especially in low-income setting, pasteurization cover it as low 15%. That leaves wide gap for contamination and illness. We often hear that pasteurization kills the good bacteria, but it simply isn't true. Pasteurized milk retain all major nutrients, including proteins, calcium, and vitamins, while effectively removing life-threatening pathogens such as E. coli, Listeria, and Salmonella. And the science is clear. Raw milk does not offer proven health benefit, but it does pose higher risk illness, especially in children and elderly and immunocompromised people. Again, we all love milk and its products, but the world, even in our science, milk remains one of the hardest food to keep safe. Why? It spoils fast, moves quickly across the long distance, it's often handled in informally and poorly regulated system. In many regions, training is minimum, equipment is outdated, and cold chain as unreliable. Add to that misinformation, inconsistent regulation, and pressure to keep the low cost at minimum. This is why milk it might look simple, but it's outcome of the fragile and high-risk system. Milk safety is not about one fix. Milk safety is not a step, it's a system. It's not a one fix. It's not about understanding milk as it's about understanding milk as a living system. Every step from the cow's udder, to the final consumer can introduce risk or manage it. This is why safety intervention has to be layered, reinforced, and people-centered. The fundamentals are not just about bacteria. They are about behavior, equipment, regulation, and trust. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here today, introduce part of problem with milk and dairy products safety. I came from long background related to dairy industry back home in Egypt, master PhD in milk processing, and I work with many international organizations, farmer to farmer, USAID, and others groups to find out and solve the problem related to milk safety. So milk journey from tradition to safe delivery. As all we know that, and we studied and we work hard to keep the milk safe. But today we will look from other side why milk is a big challenge compared to other type of foods. I like this diagram. It shows us. Let me do it this way. It shows us when we start and where we end. So we start in the farm with our cows and our feeding systems. And this first critical point that we have. And we grow all the system, starting from milking, transporting, milk processing and productions, and after that, moving through the warehouses till markets, stores, and buy it from there, and start using it. So we have many critical points that we can count more than 20 point criticals at least. And this is a big challenge compared to other type of foods that people deal with it every day. As Dr. Ayad mentioned before, milk is a very rich media for microorganisms to grow. They have everything they need, pH, fat, protein, minerals. So it's very hard to, keep them out all the time. Especially the part is related to, when we milk the cows, there is big chance if we don't have high quality, automated system to keep the milk clean from the beginning. Everybody knows, if we focus and keep the system automated, at least, we can keep the milk safe enough till the processing. I just need to focus more in this, slides, because we have to start, as we say in Arabic, ما تنفعش تعمل من فسيخ شربات. I will translate it like, if you don't start with a good component or a good material, you will never end with good high quality ones. There is no way, especially in something like milk. So the animal should be healthy, clean. The processing of milking should be, clean, tanking, washing, through the processing itself. And the point that milk can go through many different processing times and systems. We can use it as for drinking. We can use it as products, different type of cheese, different handling, different hazard, or it could be powders that we can use as ingredient in many different other production products. Yeah. So how's outbreak best way? It comes from the small producers. So limited resources lead to inadequate safety resource measurements. Control gaps, insufficient checks allows risk to escalate rapidly. Failure results for control loss can significantly affect the health and safety threats. And impact factors that we see every day that related to consequences and including recalls, illness, and financial losses. Fixing issue, rapid response. Now with products that we have it every day, milk production is a daily, processing. You have cows, you have milk, you have processing. Is a long and very fast, process for this type of food. So any mistakes, any contamination can be ended up within the customer in 24 hours. Case study, as my colleagues referred before about, listeria outbreaks, melamine, scandal, all this, is big issues happened before. I will pass this and go about why a real case study, raw milk, real risk. In the United States, This is a big company, OB company. I don't need to say the name. Everybody knows it. They have, since 2006 to 2023, at least 9 recalls in 17 years. All of them related to pathogens like E. coli, Campylobacter, Listeria, and Salmonella. And they have at least 19 illness linked to Salmonella in 2023 only. So what is happening? Patterns behind the recalls. Routine testing caught many issues, but not complaints. Multiply E. coli and Campylobacter outbreaks in last 5 years. Lake post-pasteurization protection for raw milk is not kill step. Same pathogens and different years, it means we still have a broken system. Raw milk is a high-stake product because it carries significant public health risk. Continuing outbreaks breaking in system, culture, and SOBs. I will talk later about this in more details. We need to focus on public awareness and strong training and oversight. Microbial hotel. As Dr. Ayad mentioned before, we need to focus in protection with many different layers. And I will tell a story about what I worked 5 years ago. In 2019, we have a big project from farmer to farmer in Middle East, especially was Egypt, Lebanon, and Rwanda. They can't have any progress in this project. It's been 3 years working with the farmers, small producers, especially in Egypt, in Delta area, and there is no response from the small farmers about how can they improve their hygiene system, collect milk the right way, keep it cold, transport it to the factories. I was invited to visit Egypt at this time and see if I can, find a way through farmer to farmer and USAID program. The problem that people has a culture. They don't listen usually to, scientists or guidelines, stuff like that. Whoever go visit them, gives them direction, gives them some, instructions, and gives them some samples, talk to them, in lecture or something. They just go listen and they keep doing what they are doing all the time. When I went there, I likely was very close to this area when I was young, so I'm familiar because I'm Egyptian, and I understand their language. Not the Arabic language, the language that they use in their production, what problems they have, and what type, of challenge they have every day, and why they use some chemicals that is forbidden in any other country of the world. So when you build a culture and you understand what type of people that you work with, or what type of producer they are there, and you start to communicate with them, you maybe have a good chance to fix the problem. Within 3 months with them there, we start see a difference because we talk to them the ways that they can understand. We build a culture, we support them financially in the beginning so they can go through all the, hygiene problems that they don't do in their small producing facility, because all this producer they have between 3 to 15 cows only. So this very small, producer, people who lives in Gulf area or Egypt or, visit Africa, they know 80% from milk production in this areas is dependent on the small producer farmers. They don't have high-tech systems, they don't have rapid systems, they don't have money or facilities to test the even the pH every day, do, this high-tech stuff that we talk here about it in the conference. So we need to talk to them the language that they can understand and they can afford it here. Especially, as Dr. Ayaz said before, everything related in the quality is focused on the cost. More you spend is more cost, so your profit is going down. So we can go up. I mean, we already went up with them from response to 5% to up 30% in first 3 months. By the end of first year, we go up like 40%. And this was a big challenge for, 6 months training and understand. So the problem was in this type of areas that people don't have cleaning system for their, tools that they use in milking cows. So we teach them how to clean, their cows, how to clean their tools, how to collect the, the milk, how milk should be, cold all the time when they transport it to the center of collections. This improve, the quality of milk based on only one thing, total count. When you have the total count goes down threefold or fourfolds, it's not about magic. It's about just using hygiene system only. We applied this in Rwanda, we applied in Lebanon, and we have the same result. So I emphasize here, the point is culture make a difference. So even if this was a small farmer, as example, if we have a small dairy processing facility, milk processing facility, if we don't start with the culture, with the people work there, we will never have impact, even that we use the high-tech tools or whatever, rapid method to detect anything. We need to build the culture first. Culture comes from, part of it is education, another part is training, which I will come later on in it. So if I focus about training, everything move fast with the science. We have to invest in training people at least once a year. We should focus and update them with how the science move fast, how we can apply this to their facility, how we can talk to them the language that they can understand in these small facilities. This will help them to be up to date in focusing in their job and do the right things when they have a problem or something like that. I will not talk much about sensors because everybody knows that we have many sensors. I came from the small business groups that I teach all the time. So when I talk about sensor, I talk about rapid method for detection and talk about stuff like that. This in big facility like big name companies, and this type of of sensors of rapid methods is important for the high-tech R&D labs or detections labs that follow up with the products since we have it reduced till the end of the consumer. But the part that I focus all the time about it when I do training and stuff like that is SOPs. Understanding and building the SOP for every step in your factory is very important and should be updated all the time. Understanding the SOPs, and build the ones that can help you and train the people all the time about what they should understand and how they can document their, product testing, following the SOPs. This will help them to have the good result by the end of the day. I was just pushing some standard SOPs in fluid milk and cheese productions and powder milk productions. As you see it here, I don't need to go through all this. It's just related about the production facility and what type of product you have related to the milk. But the key roles in dairy safety systems, we have the farmers responsible about maintaining healthy dairy cows, and we have the regulators that ensure compliance with safety standards and practices. and scientists that their role is conduct research and improving dairy safety product, and the processors with the factory that transforming raw milk into safe consumer product. Transforming knowledge is transforming safety. We talk about the many issues related to food safety. So right now we are seeing a senior expert retiring. And the point is we need to transfer the knowledge from expertise, scientists, to regular workers in food processing facilities. We need to have a mentorship system that can help them to have more and effective trainings. The key takeaway, Dr. Ayad will talk about it.
So what we take from all this, first, milk safety isn't about one step. It's about all one person. It's a system of people, tools, culture, and that must work together. Training and knowledge transfer from local farmers to global regulations must be priority. We need to work across border to harmonize safety expectation, especially where raw milk are informal, markets are common. Technology helps, but only when paired with culture, accountability, and clear operating producers. And finally, we need to communicate science better. Misinformation around raw milk would not go away in its own. We must meet the evidence, empathy, and clarity. And always remember, milk safety is not a step, it's a system. We have to build a strong food safety culture, emphasize on the training, and a smarter monitoring system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Amira and Dr. Dia. We do have like 1 to 2 minutes for questions. Who would like to ask a question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our third and last session will be entitled Ensuring Safety and Loyalty of Milk and Milk Products in National and International Trade, the FIL-IDF Legacy, that will be presented by Mr. François Bourdechon. So Mr. François holds a master's degree in general microbiology from the Pasteur Institute in Paris and a PhD from Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore in Piacenza, Italy. So with over 25 years of experience in the food industry, he has held key roles in leading dairy and confectionery companies, including Nestlé, Danone, Savencia, and Barry Callebaut. He currently serves as Director of Laboratory Methods and Microbiology at Sodial in Paris. He has been the French delegate to the International Dairy Federation since 2010 and chairs its Standing Committee on Food Hygiene, while actively contributing to several other technical committees on dairy science, contaminants, and analytical methods. He also represents FIL-IDF in multiple ISO technical working groups, advancing global collaboration on food safety and microbiological standards. Help me welcome Mr. François Bourdechon.
Thank you for the kind introduction. I only have 25 minutes to explain you 122 years of history of the FIL-IDF. And the pointer disappeared. I'm supposed to have the pointer, it's not here. So IDF was established in 1903. This is one of the oldest international organizations. Presently, we have more than 40 countries, and we are representing 2/3 of the world milk production. And I won't go through the list of accreditation we have in collaboration with international organizations. We have the status of an NGO by royal decree of the Kingdom of Belgium. As mentioned by the previous speaker, who make a nice introduction to the work, we nourishes more than 6 billion people, generate 1 billion livelihoods, 750 million people are engaged in milk productions, and worldwide we have more than 150 million farm households. And all of this is coordinated by the man, the legend, Gilles Froment, our current president of the IDF. That was a picture recently at the IDF World Dairy Summit in Santiago del Chile. So IDF is uniting people and organizations. We are networking at many different levels, and everything we do or try to do must be science-based. So it's about the practice along the value chain, as presented by the previous speakers from North Carolina, from primary productions to the consumer, or as we have this program in Europe, from farm to fork. And we are a global voice of dairy to a global IGO. We represent the entire dairy sectors, from the dairy farmers, the processors, national dairy organizations, also academia and government. So it's a pretty wild crowd. And we work with all stakeholders along the dairy chain. We have many sectors we work on, and I will focus today on the concerns from the food safety perspective, the methods of analysis and sampling, hygiene and safety, and also the food standards. We have 14 standing committees, 3 different task forces, and more than 150 projects. It's quite a dynamic program. And as you see, there are many standing committees within the organization of IDF, which are related to food safety and quality. And one of which I will speak later on to conclude is about the Paris Declaration on Dairy Sustainability. You will often hear that food safety is non-negotiable. The point is food security is non-negotiable and food sustainability is non-negotiable. So at some point we have to negotiate. In the different strategic area, nutrition, food safety and health is one of the key pillars of the IDF, and we make the clear correlation between nutrition and food safety. That was previously highlighted by the speakers. It's a hospital, it's a good hotel for bacteria, it's also very good for the health, and it's very nutritious. But if you don't have all the nutritious compounds, milk is not up to its promises. So it's also ensuring that when we promote milk products, what's promoted is inside the product indeed. And along the different priority projects for this year, you will see that a lot of them are linked to loyalty and safety. We have knowledge platforms of contaminants, the protection and promotion of dairy terms. What we call milk must be milk and not something else. There are clear codex definition. There is a general standard of use of dairy terms endorsed by the Codex Alimentarius. So we try to be up the promises. And there is a lot of work on the water footprint methodology and also work on sustainability. So we are working with major organizations such as FAO, Codex, World Organization Animal Health, the International Organization, WHO, and OECD. Standard setting is one of the major activity of the FIL IDF. FIL IDF is also a standard setting body, but we collaborate for more than 60 years now with ISO in order to have joint standards between the IDF and the ISO. IDF has played a huge role in the creation of the Codex, and we have a specific role within Codex Alimentarius, always a delegation present at the Codex Alimentarius Committee. We have the observer status, and we have contributed to more than 30 Codex standards in a lot of different Codex committees. We often say that we use Mirror Committee within the FIL IDF to follow and to work along with the Codex. And as you can see, there is a Codex Committee on food hygiene, and that's why it's called the Standing Committee on Food Hygiene within IDF, where we collaborate too. We have also this huge collaboration going on with ISO for the past 60 years. Milk is a commodity. And milk was sold worldwide at the start of the 20th century, hence that was the creation of the IDF in order to promote fair trade practices. And fair trade practices are also based on regulations, and regulations are based on standards. So that's why we have more than 200 standards published today. Most of 60 are listed in the Codex Standard CAX 234, which gives all the standards for analysis and sampling. And we try to work jointly with the ISO. So there are this ISO TC34 SC5. So TC34 is food, SC5 is milk and milk products, where we work to have this type of standard. The one I give you here, for example, is IDF 249, but there are, as you know, many of them. We're also promoting, along with the Sustainable Development Goals on good health and well-being, what's important globally for the dairy sectors. You have the recent bulletin of the technology of pasteurization and effects on microbial and nutritional aspects of milk to explain why we work on this. But we have more technical points, like, for example, bioprotection. Previous presenters mentioned that milk is a good hotel for microorganisms, positives and negatives. So it's also important to make sure that you have the right microorganisms. And per se, that's one of the roles of fermented foods. It's to maintain the commodity for a longer time with positive effects from the microorganisms. We have many contributions. Either we publish this through our international publication pathway with different bulletins. So you can see one we contributed on food safety, which is ecology of Listeria spp and Listeria monocytogenes, heat treatments of milk, and other ones. We also can publish in international journals, like the review we did some years ago on STEC and significance in dairy production, and it was one of the supportive work to the CCFH guidelines of management of STEC. Something also quite specific to the IDF, we have huge promotions of fermentation, food fermentation. And since 2002, and that's something I'm in charge since 2010, we work on the inventory of microbial food cultures with technical benefits and safety demonstrations in fermented food products. So initially started in 2002 with around 150 species. Now we have more than 500 documented species with technological benefit and use in different fermented foods. And that is used to explain the safety of fermented food, because let's say I'm French and blue cheese is something that is very natural for me. I fully understand it might not be natural for everyone worldwide, most particularly with Penicillium roqueforti, who has mycotoxin genes, yet do not produce mycotoxins on the dairy matrix. We have this collaboration to food hygiene on the general principle of food hygiene where we're implicated, and we are linked to major standards. Recently, the guidelines of Shiga toxin producing E. coli. So that was a set of documents that was produced by the Codex Committee on Food Hygiene, and IDF was implicated in the annex for dairy, alongside it was chaired by France. We worked on the Codex Hygienic Practice for low moisture food, and we've been implicated on the principles and guidelines for establishments of microbial criteria related to foods. That was some years ago with my colleague Klaus Egum from Denmark. Right now, the massive work we have done recently within the Codex is about use and reuse of water. So there are guidelines for safe use that were recently published by Codex, and IDF was the first observer organization in the history of Codex to co-lead one of the working groups. Generally, the working group at the Codex level are chaired by national delegation, but this time this work was co-chaired by observer, which is quite new, but it also shows the legacy of IDF working along with Codex in establishing standards. In terms of standards, so I won't go into all the details, but we are working, we used to develop standards more than 100 years ago, and at some points they were very sectorial, but then along came other organizations like ISO, like Codex, like the World Organization for Animal Health, and we have elaborated these standards former IDF standards have become IDF's ISO standards or WOR standard. We work a lot on the terrestrial animal health code. One of the key things that was mentioned earlier is that if you want healthy, good milk, you need healthy animal. So animal welfare is a key point, is a key aspect for dairy. Also in dairy trades, animal health can have an impact, as we have seen recently in Europe with the rise of lumpy skin disease. We have also the foot and mouth disease. We are also working with Mycobacterium paratuberculosis. So animal health is also something we have to focus on because we need healthy animal to have safe milk. One of the major points that we have also at the IDF is the huge collaboration of sustainability, because whether you are convinced or not by climate change, that's something we have to live with, and sustainability is a no-brainer for major sectors. As such, we have developed a lot of methodology and sustainable practices. As you can see, we have a good set of bulletins coming with food safety. We have quite a good set as well when it comes to sustainable practices. We also try to world talk, and we develop different actions in order to promote sustainability, the last one being the Paris Declaration on Sustainability. Why Paris? Because it was signed in the World Dairy Summit 2024 in Paris, following an initial declaration we had in Rotterdam in Netherlands in 2016. And presently there was a delegation of the field IDF at the COP30 in Belém in order to promote sustainability of the milk sector. And presently you have a picture of former President Pier Cristiano Brazzale from Italy. The purpose of the declaration was to show the commitment. The same way we have a commitment on food safety, we have a commitment on food loyalty with the general standard of use of dairy terms. We want to have the same promotions on sustainability and make sure that our members of 50 countries within the IDF follow the talk. So we try to make this more than simple words. It's about economic viability and social equity. Food safety is often declared as something we own to the consumer. It's right, but that's also something we have to do, because if you do not produce safely, that's not food. That's the FAO been promoting this since 2019. If it's not safe, it's not food. And we also have to have in mind that if it's not sustainable, it's not going to last at the food sector. So sustainability has become a key pillar of the aspect of the strategy along food safety and along also food security. And I think the COVID-19 crisis has really highlighted that without food, society doesn't last very long. So remember the pillar of the Maslow pyramids, at the basis, you need to feed the people. So that's what we stand with the global dairy. We have this expertise since 1903. And that's not a great point. And if you want to engage with IDF, we're also trying to promote the work of being an IDF expert and how you collaborate. When you speak of the field IDF, there are not so many people. We have 9 people in the head office. But there is a community of more than 1,200 experts, and we work with different events. So recently we will have, next week, a symposium on opportunities inside the camelid dairy sector. Because IDF is dealing with milk, not only cow milk, but every milk from mammals. And we will have also a symposium on sheep, goat, camel, and non-bovine milk that will be next year in India. Mastitis and milking technology in Sweden next year. We have the 2 big meetings every year. One is the IDF ISO Analytical Week, which will be this year in Switzerland, and the World Dairy Summit that gathers the global committee for 5 days, but there are 5 days of business meeting before. That will be next year in Auckland, New Zealand. And with this, I conclude my talks. If you have any open questions to IDF, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. My name is Anzia. Can you talk about the regulations on veterinary drugs in regarding to IDF?
Okay, so that was one of the recent guides, the prudent use of antimicrobials. So That was mentioned in the presentation of emerging hazards. And the major emerging hazards in microbiology per se is not one species or another, it's antimicrobial resistance. That's the biggest killer right now we have in microbiology. And I don't need to convince people here, you all know the major influence that antibiotics has in reducing diseases. The issue is that bugs are becoming more and more resistant. We need to make the job at every aspect of the food chain. And one of the considerations we do have on the IDF is prudent use of antimicrobials. Antimicrobials were used at some points in the cattle industry as growth promoter. So growth promoter is not the best term. In fact, it was to anticipate any disease, and before disease occurred, you provided antimicrobials to the cattle, and then they would not get sick and they would grow very well. Might look like a good idea, it's a bad idea, because you are making an ecological niche where you can select resistant bugs. And right now, what we try to do is have this prudent use, regulate the use of antimicrobials. As you know, the milk, when it's received at every factory, is tested for regulated antibiotics, because if you have antibiotics in the milk, it will have an impact on the fermentation. Having said that, we know that if you have a screening on non-regulated antibiotics, you find some. So right now, it's also a development of methods where we have a set of methods for screening based on the regulated antibiotics, but we recommend using large screening techniques for all types of antibiotics. To give you an example, what we are doing in practices in France, every cistern of milk which is received in a factory is tested for beta-lactam with a SNAP test. We have a confirmation test with the Delvo test, but regularly we are using platforms of analysis where we sequence more than 45 antibiotics in order to make sure that apart from the regulated one, you don't see anything else. And we have seen recently the use of fluorphenicol in milk, which is not regulated but still used. And now we are really working on good practices at the farm level in order to avoid this type of use of antibiotics. So it's a big collaboration with veterinary. Hence, the collaboration is with the WOHA, which is based in Paris, the World Organization of Animal Health, where we try to really be prudent with the use of antimicrobials. So there was a recent publication of this, and that's the job which we really promote through collaboration with WOHA. But it's indeed one of the major pillars.
Thank you.
Mina? Hi, Stephen O'Rourke is my name. Hi, Francois. Thanks for the great presentation. Nice to see you in person. So I guess my question, probably not so scientific, but rather I'd like to tackle it from the political aspect. So you mentioned fermentation. So I'd love to know what you and your colleagues at the IDF think of these precision fermentation companies that are bringing in so-called alternative milks. Thanks.
Okay, I only have 6 minutes. First, I don't like the word precision fermentation. I'm a big fighter of the term because it's a marketing term that was initiated some 3 years ago in order to explain that you are not working with gene-edited microorganisms. The good term is synthetic biology, which has been used in more than 40 years now. And synthetic biology, we are using this already at the dairy sector because we use a lot what we call microbial rennet, which is coming from mucor with production because you try to avoid using this from animals. Apart from PDO cheeses, most of the fermentation is initiated with microbial rennet. So the technology is used. And the issue is not per se the technology, is more the outcome of this fermentation. Now, there are already products on the market available with HMO, human milk oligosaccharides. You have vanillin, for example, which is used a lot. On a clinical perspective, insulin is used by genetic edition as well. What we are not very happy with the promotion of this activity is that it's not fully loyal to the consumer. The first point is most of the consumer ignore that this is coming from gene edition. So that's the first thing. Second thing, it's not fermentation per se, so they're using the positive halo of food fermentation to promote the work. So that's second point. And third point is what they produce is not milk. What they produce is not casein. Casein, milk, it's specifically denominated in Codex Standard what it means, and what you obtain is a protein, is a conglomerate of proteins, but it's not milk, it's not casein. So you have to be careful with the terms. So is it something that is relevant? Yes, because you can use sub-products and you can promote them in higher value products. It doesn't make sense. Nor the transparency to the consumer, the labeling is not very clear. And the last point is about safety. We have clear guidelines in Europe with a qualified presumption of safety. If you use microorganisms for production, it should not be present in the finished product. And the sequence that you use also should not be present. Now, there was recently a publication from the non-GMO project about, I think it was Better Dairy in the US, where they analyzed and they found that when it's promoted that it has 90% purity, like the Vici has done, they say we make 90% purity casein. What I hear as a food safety person is 10% impurity. And 10% impurity, you don't want this, because it can be anything you want. So I think it's a good technology. It's important to see the different aspects, because at the end of the day, it's about food security. So indeed, it's one of the pathways to go. It's not the only one. There is no miracle solution. We are not going to change overnight 10,000 years of pastoralism for working in the labs. There is not the capacity as well. It's important to have in mind that the volume we are dealing with are huge. The storytelling is not the best, because some people call this type of food Frankenstein food, because it's made from it's made in the lab at the bench, which makes sense from a scientific perspective, but the storytelling is not the best. So I think it's something that we believe is a good option. It's something to follow. From the IDF perspective, we want people to be careful with the terms. So there are a lot of companies going in these directions. I can say from my companies as well, Sodial, that's something we're looking for. But we have to be careful from the field IDF perspective is that the terms are respected. It's not a fermented food product, and the denomination is not very clear what it is at the end.
Any more questions? Thank you again, Francois. So by that, we reach the end of our session. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start the session. So I hope you all had an excellent 2 days of DIFC, of conferences, of presentations, of networking. It was a very rich presence and very rich participation, and I'm honored to be here as well. So I will be moderating the session today. I am Rola Arab. I am Director Advisor in Food Policies and Regulations and RA Consulting. And our session today will focus on the developments, the regulatory developments in recycling, looking specifically at the innovative approaches like mechanical and chemical recycling. So we're going to hear from our different speakers about the regulatory developments in their countries, so in Turkey and the GCC, in Jordan, in Egypt, and we're also going to look as well as innovative methods in waste management. And looking as well at the different models applied at international level and best practices, such as in the EU and the US. So for our first speaker, I'm going to invite Mr. Kushat Sutku, who is the food engineer at the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry in Turkey. So he's going to talk about the regulatory environment for recycling and waste management in Turkey. Okay, and did they give you a mic?
No,
okay. You can use this.
Now. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will present the structure of our Directorate General and recent regulatory developments in Turkey regarding the use of recycled plastics in food contact materials and articles. It doesn't. Following the enacting of the related law in 2010, the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry became the competent authority for the food safety in Turkey. In the context of this law, the Ministry developed politics regarding the food safety, taking into account one health approach. To enforce this law, two general directorates in charge under the ministry, while the Directorate General of Livestock is responsible for animal health and welfare. On the other hand, the Directorate General of Food and Control is responsible food and feed safety and plant health. We are talking about the recycled plastics here today. I would like to mention the structure of the Directorate General of Food and Control. As shown on slide, there are 8 departments under the Directorate General, leading by Director General and 3 Deputy Director General. And the relevant departments are the Department of Codex and Feed and the Department of Risk Assessment Laboratories. For the recycled plastics that we referred in the draft legislation. The Department of Food Codex and Feed legislation in charge of drafting legislation for food codex and feed. Department of Risk Assessment and laboratories is responsible for risk assessment and laboratories. There are 8 scientific commissions under the department, and these commissions are Scientific Commission on Food Contact Materials, Contaminants, Biological Hazards, Plant Health, Feed, Food Additives, Certain Food Ingredients in Novel Food, and Botanically Intended to be used as food. These commissions have 81 members, all of whom are scientists working at universities. There are 26 Directorate of Veterinary Border Control Points, 9 Director of Veterinary Control Institute, and 14 Agriculture Quarantine Directorate, 41 Food Control Laboratory Directorate, and 96 Private Food Control Laboratory affiliated with our Directorate General. Additionally, we have 81 prevention directorates in local. Now, I will talk about the legislation regarding food contact materials. As an IPA country, national legislation of Turkey on food contact materials is aligned with EU legislation. The Turkish food context regulation on materials and articles intended to come into contact with food reflects the general principles of EU regulation number 1935/2004, which established the basis for ensuring the safety of all food contact materials. Updates in EU rules are systematically incorporated in our national legislation, always considering domestic needs, industrial capacity, and national properties. In addition to framework regulation, the specific regulations exist for certain types of materials, including plastics, ceramics, regenerated cellulose films, epoxy-based coatings, paper and cardboard-based, metal-based, and glass-based materials. According to Article 21 of the Turkish Food Codex regulation on materials and articles intend to come into contact with food, the use of recycled plastics in direct contact with food is currently prohibited. However, there are two important exceptions. Production scraps and edge trimmings may be reprocessed within the same facility under GMP, and monomers, oligomers, or static materials obtained by chemical depolymerization may be used in pet production. Now, ongoing legislation work. In line with EU regulation number 2022-1616, Turkey has prepared a new draft regulation that will allow the use of the mechanical recycled plastics in food contact materials. This regulation established a national control and authorization system, ensuring that recycled plastic meet the highest food safety standards. So how will this authorization system? Under this authorization system, companies will apply to our general directorates for the authorization of recycle process for evaluating mechanical PET recycling process that they will use. This application will require approval for both the recycling technology and operation. After the application is submitted to our general directorate, a preliminary assessment will be carried out. If this application is suitable, it will be evaluated by the Scientific Commission on Food Contact Materials. Application deemed suitable by the Commission will be approved. A guide will be published detailing how companies can be applied. The draft of this guide has been completed, and it will be submitted for public consultation. Then it will be published. Process and next steps. The draft regulation has already been submitted for public consultation, and SPAC and TBT notifications were submitted. You'll see the relevant notification codes on the slide. The consultation period for the regulation has been completed. All comments received will be evaluated during meetings to be held with the participation of relevant stakeholders. The evaluation process is ongoing, and the regulation is expected to publish once all technical and administrative arrangements have been finalized. I would like to emphasize that this regulation is draft. Everything in this draft is subject could be changed. To conclude, Turkey continues to develop a comprehensive legal framework that ensures food safety, consumer production, and align with EU legislation. These efforts directly contribute to our nation's circular economy goals and sustainable objectives. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sutku, for your excellent overview on the regulatory framework for plastic material that come into contact with food in Turkey and all the upcoming draft regulations. And I'm sure the audience will have many questions that we will have the chance to address later regarding timelines, practical implementation, and any potential changes that may come. So our next speaker is Mr. Cohen Wheel, who's the Director of Food Contact Material, and he's the Chair of the Food Contact Material Task Force in UNESDA. And he's going to give us an overview on the EU regulation and the best practices and solution in recyclability for a better circularity. It's the green button. We're told you can click.
Is it on? Is it working? Okay. Thanks, Rhoda, for the introduction. Also, thank you to DFSC for the kind invitation to speak here today. So I'm representing UNESDA, which is the union of European national soft drinks associations. And you can see on this slide the national associations that are a member of the European Association, and also we have the major corporations who have a corporate membership of our association. And as a sector, we have bold targets on sustainability and circularity. For example, there is already by 2025, this year, we have the ambition to have 50% recycled content in our packaging materials, which was already achieved last year when we hit the 51.7%, which is nice, but it's kind of the low-hanging fruit, because the real challenge, as you see, will be to be at 100% in 2030. So a lot of work will be needed for that. So we're talking about mechanical recycling of PET. Well, you can do this in the conventional way, then it's just a matter of grinding, washing, melting, extruding, and then you have a new version of PET, but it's not suitable for contact with food because there can be contaminants present. So therefore you need a so-called super clean process where you have a decontamination step involved. And decontamination, that's typically a condition where you have a high temperature, a high vacuum, and a certain holding time that will make sure that the contaminants can be removed. So this is not at all anything new, what we're talking about, because in Europe, it's already, we have to go back to the previous millennium when the application of mechanical bottle-to-bottle recycling started in France, using such a super clean technology. After that, the European Union has implemented a directive to manage mechanical recycled PET, and also EFSA, which is the European Food Safety Authority, has come up with a guidance that determines how to assess the safeties. Well, a major event was in 2022 when a new regulation was published, How to Manage Recycled Plastics, and this new regulation, I will talk about it in a bit, covers any plastic, so it's not only for mechanically recycled PET. Also, EFSA did an update of their guidance, but their principles remain the same. And as of today, there are already more than 350 mechanical PET recycling processes that have a positive EFSA opinion. Okay, so what is the volume we're talking about? So this is data from 2022. There has not been a more recent survey, but roughly there is 2 million tons of recycled PET. Half of it roughly goes to bottles, and from that million tons, 99% is made by mechanical recycling technology, and just 1% is produced by chemical recycling. Okay, so there are very different approaches to establish food contact compliance and safety for virgin plastics and recycled plastics. So I'll try to explain it in this slide. So for virgin plastics, you have a predictable situation. There is intentionally added substances, as we call it, IS. This is monomers, additives, processing aids, colorants, all that kind of stuff that is in the recipe that you put in there for a purpose. And there's also always non-intentionally added substances, which is NIAS. This is impurities, breakdown products, reaction products, which you do not really know, but in a sense, it's predictable. If you make the same plastic again, you can expect that the same NIAS will be formed. So if you test for that once, then that qualifies the material for further uses. Okay, then we move to the recycled plastics, and there is an unpredictability element, and this is related to incidental contaminants. And their presence is random because they originate from the variability from the input material, which basically is waste. So you can never totally control that. There can always be something that is different from day to day. So you have to control it in a different way. And that's with three things. That's control of the input material. It is validation of the decontamination process. And thirdly, it's control of this decontamination process. And the next 3 slides, I will take you through these 3 steps. Well, first, control of input material. So there are requirements, and if we speak about mechanically recycled PET, you can have only a maximum 5% of non-food packaging at the input. Also, it has to originate from municipal waste. The original material has to comply with EU regulations. It has to come from separate collections, so it has to be collected separately, maybe with other packaging materials, but not together with residual waste. And also, this whole sorting and collection system has to be certified by an independent third party, which is still under development, by the way. Okay, so that's the first thing. Then you have a relatively controlled input material, which will then go to decontamination. But you have to validate the principles of this specific technology. And this is done what they call a challenge test. So in a challenge test, you take surrogate contaminants and you put them deliberately at the input material at high concentrations. Then you run your process and you see, you analyze the output for the presence of these contaminants. And then comparing input versus output, this tells you the decontamination efficiency of your process. And from this, it will follow a certain holding time, certain temperature, and a certain vacuum, typically, that you need to get that decontamination efficiency that you need. So this is a one-off. You determine those conditions. So then, when you start running this process, you need to assure that these conditions are met all the time. And this is a matter of quality control. It's just monitoring those parameters, make sure that There is warning systems if the parameters are not met, etc. So this is a different way to address the variability in input in the potential incidental contaminants. Okay, so we're always talking about mechanical and chemical recycling methods, but what are they? And there is not just one chemical recycling method. So first of all, mechanical, that's a simple one. Basically, in mechanical, you do not intend to break any molecular bonds. The polymers, the PET polymers, basically remain intact. They're cleaned, but they stay as polymer and they come back as polymer. Then when it comes to chemical recycling, there is two versions. We call it short loop recycling and a long loop. The short loop, you go down to monomers and not further. Monomers or maybe oligomers, so small chains of monomers. So here you're deliberately breaking chemical bonds. So for PET it would be hydrolysis, for example, a relatively easy chemical process, glycolysis, etc. Because you break up the chains, the structure opens and it improves the decontamination efficiency. It's easier to get contaminants out. So you can accept a lower quality of input materials. The third one is long loop recycling, which then you go really down to gas or to a kind of oil phase. It's really going down back to basic chemicals and then you build the monomers again. This requires a lot of energy. At the same time, you can accept any quality, the lowest quality can be acceptable, but this would be more typical for polyolefins recycling. There is no logic to do this for PET. Okay. Next slide. Yeah. Okay, so I introduced these different kinds of chemical technologies. So now I'm going to explain how these different kinds of recycling end up, or how they are covered by the two EU plastics regulations, which is the recycling one and which is the virgin one. Apologies for the complexity of this slide. This is just how the system is. I cannot help that as well. For mechanical recycling, if it's post-consumer recycled PET with less or maximum 5% non-food input, then yes, it's subject to the recycling regulation. And also it's there as a suitable technology. If it's not the case, you have maybe 50% of non-food contact input, then it's also subject to the recycling regulation, but then we call it a novel technology. And in the next slide, I'm going to explain how a novel technology can develop into a suitable technology. Then, what about the short loop recycling? So there is another question here. It's asking about these intermediate substances, so the substances that you go down to. If all those substances are themselves listed in the virgin plastic regulation, if that's not the case, then you're also a novel technology. If that is the case, then it's considered as virgin plastics. And it makes sense because it's basically the same as virgin production, because you have the pure monomers, the listed monomers in hand, and as such, the safety is just a matter of purity, and that you can control. So probably you're not surprised that the long loop recycling is also in virgin plastics and obviously virgin synthesis as well, because there you have the step of the purified monomers. Okay, so here is the novel technologies and the suitable technologies. So suitable technology means anything that is fully approved, and the regulation 1616 has a list in the annex where all the suitable technologies are listed. Currently, there's just two on this list, which one is the mechanical PET recycling. And if anything deviates, so if you have a higher non-food input, if you have a different polymer, if you have a different process like chemical, in all those cases, you're labeled as a novel technology, and it's up to EFSA to make the assessment when can we consider a novel technology as a suitable technology? But here it looks like just one arrow and one assessment. In reality, it's a bit more complex, and that's this scheme indicating. It says little squares with 6M, that stands for periods of 6 months. So at the start, you submit a dossier. Then after 6 months, operation can start, and then the monitoring phase starts. So every 6 months, you have to submit a report showing all the contaminants in input and output, and this will go on for 2 years. Then the Commission can delay it, and you have to do it for another 2 years, and then you come to, at a certain point, EFSA will make the assessment, where they can take a year, and they can delay that with another year. So then if you count as 13 of these boxes, that means 6.5 years of process before the novel technology becomes a suitable technology. But the good thing here is that you can start commercial operation. So that means it can go out on the market, and there's always a lot of questions about this, and it is a bit of a gray zone because it was never really accepted at that point by EFSA, but you have the monitoring every six months to assure that it's safe. And from a brand owner perspective, it's, there is a risk, because if during that period suddenly it appears that that process is not safe, then all the shelves are full with products using this resin. So typically brand owners would be very, very sure before starting to use something like that. Okay, some words about the US FDA, how they manage recycled plastics. There is a guidance for industry that you can follow. There is the link on the screen here. It was latest updated in the year 2021. And the principle is the same as the EU, taking control of input materials on board, and also there is a challenge test with surrogate contaminants. And then there is this voluntary review program. It's called a pre-notification consultation. And if you do that, you submit like this. You could submit the same dossier that is used for the EU novel technology. You submit it, and then after review, a few months later, probably FDA will issue a letter of no objection, which is the endpoint of the process. It's much more lean compared to EU, and also leaves a lot of responsibility actually at the manufacturers. Okay, now I'm going to pivot a little bit, explaining how this risk assessment by EFSA takes place. And there is 3 elements to take into account. There is the quality of the input materials and the possibility of consumers to do any misuse, to use, for example, the PET bottles to store pesticides or to store petrol, etc. Those kind of things have to be taken into account. The recycling process has to be capable to remove all the contaminants. So that's the properties of the recycling process is the second factor. And the third factor is the intended use. So will the bottle be used for water that will be used for infant formula reconstitution or not? Or will it be maybe meat trays where the exposure is less critical? So these 3 things are the basis of the assessment. So then if you look at the safety of mechanically recycled PET, EFSA has made a lot of assumptions. And these assumptions actually are very worst case. So, for example, they assume there is 3 milligram per kg of genotoxic substances present in all the rPET input material, which is much higher than reality. In reality, you typically would never find any genotoxic substances in the input. Why? Because they're prohibited. Consumer products do not contain genotoxic substances, so even if you want to, it would be quite a challenge to contaminate a bottle in this way. So there's already a huge safety factor there. Then, in this assessment, you need to translate the level of a substance in the PET, what it would mean for migration. So you need to calculate on it with diffusion modeling. And also there, the assumptions they take are, they use a quite outdated model, which is also overestimating the migration a lot. And then also further at the exposure side, the exposure scenario that is taken into account is an infant that is only taking infant formula, but that formula was reconstituted with water coming from 100% rPET bottles that are all have been stored for a full year at 25 centigrade. So also this, in reality, it's hard to achieve. So, and these three overestimations multiply, they add up, right? So there is a huge safety factor. And taking this strict assessment into account, then still there are more than 350 processes that have currently cleared this assessment. And this has to do with that PET basically is a unique polymer in terms of the low diffusivity and also the high melting point that just makes the recycling very effective. So finally, let's have a look at safety, also not mechanical, but of chemical recycling. So the long loop one, where you go back to basic chemicals. In this case, it's just a matter of purity. So therefore, it compares to how you would manage the safety of virgin plastics. There also you have monomers that have a certain purity, so it would be basically the same. That's also why it's covered by the virgin plastics regulation. When it comes to short loop chemical recycling, as I explained, you break up the polymer chains, allowing more access to remove the contaminants. So from this point of view, short loop chemical recycling would be safer than mechanical. But there is a watch out. Because of it's more efficient, you can also accept a lower input quality. And if that input quality is very low, then the sum of the assessment may be different. So in the end, you need somehow to find the right balance between the input quality, the decontamination efficiency, and finally, the intended use. These are like corresponding vessels. So let's say your input quality is extremely low, and also your decontamination efficiency is not that good. So that means the intended use has to be very minimal. Maybe you can then only use it for vegetable crates at an auction, so where there's very little contact, right? So this is a key element in the assessment. So finally, a bit outlook into the future, also referring to this target of 100% recycled content. As a sector, we're aiming to maximize the use of mechanical recycling. Why? Because it has, from all the recycling technologies, it has the lowest carbon footprint, and to be honest, it's also the cheapest. Then, to reach 100%, the quality will not be enough, because you get darker bottles, things like that, strength, so you need some input of virgin-like quality. So I'm not saying you need other inputs because of safety. No, it's purely because of quality. And this is where the short-loop chemical recycling comes in. And it will be, we will have to figure it out in the way if it is 20% or 30% of chemical recycling in the end, but that's the vision to reach in the end fully recycled content in a perpetual loop, as we would say, and full decoupling of fossil-based resources in that sense would be possible. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen, for giving us an overview on the EU regulatory framework for recycled plastics and food contact material, as well as the US approach. And so you highlighted as well the difference between chemical, you explained what is chemical recycling, mechanical recycling, the differences, but as well as the complementarity between the two. And we will have as well the opportunity to discuss this further in the panel. You highlighted important points, like the validation of the decontamination process and quality control, and this is what gives also reassurance to regulators. The list of suitable technologies that will be very useful as well for the development of regulations in the region, and the EFSA clearance of the EFSA safety clearance, which also will be a very good reference to use. So our next speaker is Engineer Ahmed El-Basha. He's the head of standards at the GCC Standardization Organization, and he's going to give us an overview of the regulation 2545 for recycled plastic material, of the GSO 2545, regulation on recycled plastic materials and articles intended to come into contact with food. And we're going to discuss as well the recent developments in that regulation.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good morning. My presentation by English, but I will speak in Arabic, please. Presentation بشكل ملخص يتكلم عن جزئين رئيسيين. أولا لمحة بسيطة عن هيئة التقييس الخليجية، ثم الولوج في موضوعنا حول الريسايكلينج. هيئة التقييس الخليجية طبعا هي هيئة خليجية إقليمية أنشئت في ثمانينات القرن الماضي، وأعيد إحيائها في عام 2004، وبدأت ممارسة عملها بعد إعادة هيكلتها في إبريل من 2007. طبعا تضم دول مجلس التعاون بالإضافة إلى اليمن من عام 2010. الهيئة التقييس تقوم بتطبيق أو نظام البنية التحتية للجودة، والذي يتكون من مجموعة من الأنشطة المختلفة بما فيها وأهمها المواصفات القياسية الخليجية، وأيضا اللوائح الفنية الخليجية الإلزامية، بالإضافة إلى إجراءات المترولوجيا وإجراءات أنظمة تقويم المطابقة، فضلا عن وجود الإجراءات الخاصة التي يقوم بها الجهات الأخرى وهي التفتيش والاختبار وإصدار الشهادات. في هذا الإطار أيضا الهيئة تقوم بإصدار عدد من الوثائق الخاصة بالهيئة، أهمها هو المواصفات القياسية اللي هي الستاندرد أو فولنتري، وأيضا اللوائح الفنية اللي هي تكون إلزامية التطبيق بعد اعتمادها، بالإضافة إلى الأنظمة المختلفة بأنظمة الكونفورميتي أسسمنت. في عجالة بسيطة وآخر إحصائية إلى آخر هذا الشهر الماضي تحديدا في اجتماع اللجنة الوزارية واجتماع المجلس الفني، وصل عدد المواصفات القياسية الخليجية واللوائح الفنية إلى أكثر من 28,000 مواصفة قياسية ولائحة فنية، وهذا يعتبر إنجاز كبير خلال فترة إنشاء الهيئة وحتى الآن. بالإضافة لو استعرضنا فقط أيضا الجانب الغذائي الخاص بالغذاء، احنا عندنا حوالي 1477 مواصفة قياسية خليجية لقطاع الغذاء، بالإضافة إلى 538 لائحة فنية إلزامية. ولو تلاحظون أن هذه اللوائح الفنية والمواصفات كانت بالنسبة للوائح الفنية الإلزامية تربو على 1200 لائحة فنية، الآن قل عددها ووصل تقريبا إلى يعني حوالي الثلث نزل من القيمة، وهذا توجه جديد للهيئة وفق الممارسات الدولية بالتقليل من عدد أو من اعتماد اللوائح الفنية الإلزامية، وأيضا التوجه إلى وجود مواصفات قياسية طوعية للتماشي مع التطورات والممارسات الدولية في هذا الإطار. هذا العمل التي تقوم به الهيئة طبعا لا يأتي من فراغ، وإنما هناك عمل جهودي كبير تقوم فيه لجان فنية في مختلف القطاعات. لدينا حوالي 56 لجنة فنية رئيسية ولجان فرعية، بالإضافة إلى مجاميع العمل وأيضا فرق خليجية مختلفة لجميع القطاعات، وأيضا المنتجات والخدمات التي تقوم بهذه الهيئة، بالإضافة إلى وجود اللجنة العامة للمواصفات، وأيضا سعادة مدير إدارة المواصفات موجود معنا، أمين اللجنة العامة للمواصفات حاضر معنا اليوم في هذه الجلسة. وهذا العمل الخليجي الدؤوب طبعا هذه اللجان تقوم وفق برامج عمل سنوية تقوم بإعدادها هذه اللجان من خلال اقتراح مشاريع جديدة لقطاعات المختلفة ومنها قطاع الأغذية، بالإضافة إلى البدء بعمل تنفيذ هذه الخطة السنوية اعتبارا من بداية يناير من كل عام، ومرورا بإعداد المشروع في مراحلها المختلفة، يمر عبر الكوميتي درافت، ثم درافت ستاندرد، ثم فاينل درافت ستاندرد، ثم يرفع للإقرار والاعتماد من قبل اللجنة العامة، ثم المجلس الفني، ثم اللجنة الوزارية للوائح الفنية خلال فترة السنة. هناك بعض المشاريع طبعا من خلال نوعيتها، منها ما هو إعداد ومنها ما هو تبني من مواصفات قياسية دولية، بالإضافة إلى وجود تصويبات وتعديلات فنية وتصويبات مطبعية، وأيضا وجود ترجمة لبعض الكثير من المواصفات واللوائح الفنية. المشاريع تمر أيضا في مراحل مختلفة من عملية المراجعة وإبداء الرأي من قبل الدول الأعضاء، من قبل أيضا الستيك هولدرز، يشارك فيها بشكل فاعل على مر المراحل المختلفة لتلك المشاريع قبل رفعها للاعتماد. اللوائح الفنية أيضا تخضع لعملية إخطار ل WTO بشكل في نهاية الفاينل درافت بيكون هناك اختار لهذه اللوائح، ومن ثم تلقي الملاحظات من قبل الدول الأعضاء في WTO. أيضا هذه ضمن الإجراءات التي تقوم بها الهيئة، وأيضا بمساعدة الدول الأعضاء وفق عبر اللجان الفنية الخليجية، نقوم بمراجعة المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية التي صدرت قبل 5 سنوات فأكثر. وهناك أمل أيضا جبار كبير تم لو قارنا عدد المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية التي وصل كما ذكرنا قبل قليل إلى 28,000، وقارناها بالعدد الإجمالي قبل عملية المراجعة إلى وصل إلى حوالي أكثر من 32,000 مواصفة قياسية ولائحة فنية. معنى ذلك هناك عدد كبير تم بناء على المعطيات والمراجعات التي قامت بها الهيئة والدول الأعضاء واللجان الفنية وفقا للمراجعة، تم سحب عدد من هذه المواصفات، تم تعديلها، بعضها تم تحديثها، وبعضها تم إلغائها من هذا واستبدالها بمواصفات قياسية أو تبني مواصفات بديلة من مواصفات دولية أخرى. لو دخلنا في قطاع الغذاء، طبعا قطاع الغذاء باعتباره من أهم القطاعات الحيوية للتشريعات الفنية، عندنا لجنة رئيسية لقطاع للمواصفات الغذائية والزراعية، ولدى هذه اللجنة أيضا لجان فرعية، منها اللجان المواد المضافة، وأيضا لجنة الليبلينج، بالإضافة إلى لجنة الأغذية العضوية والمحورة وراثيا، بالإضافة إلى وجود مجموعات عمل أهمها مجموعة الخليجية للكودكس، بالإضافة إلى مجموعة التغذية، بالإضافة إلى مجموعة أعلاف الحيوانية الأعلاف الحيوانية. هذه المجاميع واللجان الخاصة بقطاع الغذاء طبعا يسهم بها بشكل كبير القطاع الستيك هولدرز مشارك بشكل فاعل أيضا، ويوجد بعض الأعضاء موجودين معنا مشاركين في هذه لهم، ضمنها المهندسة رولا هي عضو أيضا معنا في اللجان الفنية. هذا العمل لمشاركة الشركاء مهم في تطوير المواصفات القياسية الخليجية للوصول بها إلى قبول لدى كافة الأطراف المعنية. مشاركة الشركاء نجدها أن ذات أهمية كبيرة في وجود مواصفة مقبولة لدى الجميع، تسهم في عملية أيضا الحفاظ على الصحة والسلامة والبيئة، وفي نفس الوقت أيضا ترضي أيضا كافة الأطراف المعنية، بالإضافة إلى أنها تخدم عملية تسهيل التجارة والتبادل التجاري بين الدول، سواء في الأسواق الخليجية أو على مستوى دعم الصادرات الخليجية إلى الأسواق العالمية، وأيضا المنتجات المستوردة إلى داخل السوق الخليجية. مشاركة الشركاء حاليا لدينا يمكن أكثر من 26 عضو مؤازر في قطاعات المختلفة، وهذا أيضا يصب في مصلحة توجهات الهيئة ويخدم توجهاتها الاستراتيجية، من شأن أيضا المشاركة. والهيئة أيضا تتلقى المزيد من الطلبات في العضوية لأعضاء المؤازرين، وترحب وعبر هذه المنصة أيضا نرحب بالمشاركة الشركاء، وليس فقط في عضوية اللجان، ولكن من خلال إبداء الرأي والملاحظات، من خلال التفاعل مع وجود أي ملاحظات على المشاريع التي يتم يتم إعدادها عبر اللجان الفنية أو من خلال المواصفات القياسية الموجودة حاليا في المتجر. أي ملاحظات كانت أو تعليقات، فالهيئة لديها يعني استعداد لتلقي هذه منه ونقلها إلى اللجان الفنية لدراستها والنظر فيها. من أهم النماذج الملموسة للحلول المبتكرة والتحديات الإقليمية والدولية وتحقيقا لأهداف هذا المؤتمر في التقنيات والابتكار، هناك تجربة جيدة للهيئة من خلال وجود أولا لجان خليجية موحدة، بعد طبعا كانت لجان وطنية تمارس أو نفس العمل ولكن في مجال بشكل موحد يخدم المنطقة بشكل عام. أيضا العضوية في المنظمات الدولية، الكثير من المنظمات الدولية ذات العلاقة ومنها طبعا الكودكس كأعضاء من قبل الدول الأعضاء، بالإضافة إلى عضوية مؤازر أو عضوية المراقب من قبل الهيئة، وهذا أيضا يسهم في كثير من المواقف وأيضا تنسيق المواقف وحول بعض القضايا المتصلة بالأنشطة التي تهم المنطقة. أيضا وجود لوائح فنية موحدة، وهذا أيضا يخدم السوق ويخدم التخفيف من العوائق الفنية للتجارة ما بين الدول، وأيضا يدعم الصادرات الخليجية إلى الأسواق الخليجية الخارجية. لو تلاحظون يمكن يعرف الجميع أنه كثير من أنه تجربة المواصفات الخليجية أصبحت نموذجا في التطبيق الكثير، ليست مقصورة فقط في السوق الخليجية ولكن أيضا على مستوى دول أخرى. وحقيقة هناك كثير من الدول على المستوى الإقليمي وعلى المستوى العربي والإسلامي يقومون بالتواصل مع الهيئة من شأن تبني هذه المواصفات التي إما استخدامها كتبني أو كمرجعا لإعداد المواصفات الوطنية لهم. أيضا من ضمن التجربة هو وجود توقيع مذكرة تفاهم مع منظمة الأيزو لترجمة المواصفات القياسية الدولية إلى اللغة العربية. وطبعا كما تعرفون هناك أيضا منظمة الأيزو أصبحت تصدر بعض الكثير من المواصفات باللغة العربية، وهذا أيضا كان هدف رئيسي من أهداف المنطقة العربية، والهيئة بادرت من خلال استضافتها للمنصة المجموعة العربية لترجمة المواصفات الدولية للأيزو. ويوجد هناك اجتماع، كان آخر اجتماع قبل أسبوعين تم عقده، وهناك مجموعة كبيرة من المشاريع تكون في الطريق مرفوعة إلى الأيزو للاعتماد. أيضا من ضمن التجارب الملموسة هو وجود إخطار موحد للWTO أو سواء كان TBT أو SBS، وهذا أيضا سهل كثير من اعتماد أو تقصير الفترة اللازمة لعملية اعتماد اللوائح الفنية اللازمة. أيضا عملية تشكيل اللجان الفنية لا تقوم بشكل يعني عوائق، ولكن تتم وفق دراسة ملموسة سواء كان من حيث الناحية الاستراتيجية للهيئة، من ناحية متطلبات الدول الأعضاء، من ناحية الناحية البيئية كالظروف الحالية كالمناخ حاليا، أيضا من ناحية الذكاء الاصطناعي، من ناحية أيضا المواءمة للممارسات الدولية في عملية هذه اللجان ومثيلاتها في اللجان المناظرة لها. وهناك أيضا لجان فنية خليجية مناظرة للجان الدولية، ومن ضمنها حوالي 5 لجان للاتحاد الأوروبي وأعضاء كذلك للسمك. هذا أيضا ساعد كثير في تشكيل لجان فنية خليجية مناظرة، بالإضافة إلى وجود لجان ذات أهمية وأولوية. وهناك أيضا وجود لجان أخرى خليجية في الطريق إلى الاعتماد وممارسة عملها وفقا لتلك الأولويات. ننتقل للجزء الثاني وهو الإدارة التنظيمي لموضوع إعادة تدوير البلاستيكي، وتكلم زميلنا من السوفت درينك أوروب مشكورا تحدث أيضا عن مواضيع الجانب الكيميائي، وهذا اللي يهمنا لأنه هنا عندنا التشريع الخليجي يخص الجانب الميكانيكي، وموضوع الجانب الكيميائي الكيميائي حاليا في وضع الدراسة على المستوى الخليجي. لدينا لائحة فنية إلزامية على المستوى الخليجي، هي الخامات والأدوات البلاستيكية المعاد تدويرها واستخدامها في ملامسة الأغذية. هذا اللائحة مرت يمكن من عام 2016 تقريبا، أخذت جهدا في إعداد هذه اللائحة حوالي 5 سنوات مرت، ثم اعتمدت في عام 2021 من قبل اللجنة الوزارية عن طريق سلسلة من الإجراءات وسلسلة أيضا من الخطوات التي انتهت. حاليا إن شاء الله قيد الدراسة في إما تحديث هذه اللائحة أو وجود مواصفة رديفة أو جانبية كجزء ثاني للموضوع الجانب المتعلق بالكيمياء. المكونات هذه أو محتوى هذه اللائحة الفنية، البند الخاص بالمجال وتطبيق ونطاق تطبيق كما ذكرت أنه خاص بالجانب الميكانيكي ولا يتعلق بالجانب الكيميائي، باعتبار هذا الشق شق آخر له مدلولاته على المستوى القادم بإذن الله. أيضا استخدم في مراجع تكميلية على المستوى الخليجي كمواصفات خليجية ومواصفات أخرى، وأيضا هناك مراجع استخدمت في إعداد المواصفات سنذكرها لاحقا. المحتوى أيضا الجانب الأول وهو التعريف، وهو من أهم البنود الخاصة بهذه اللائحة، وهو التعاريف، باعتبار أن التعريف هي التي سيتم تطبيق ما يخص المتطلبات الخاصة فيها. البند الأول الخاص بعملية التدوير، وأيضا لن أتطرق إلى النصوص ولكن سأذكرها فقط كعناوين. البند الثاني القائم بعملية التدوير، من الذي يقوم بهذه العمل، وأيضا باختبار التحدي. أيضا مستوى التلوث التجريبي المتعلق بالتلوث البديل للمادة البلاستيكية، وأيضا عملية الكفاءة التنظيف كيف تتم داخل المنشأة بشكل يضمن سلامة المنتج، وأيضا يضمن عدم هجرة الملوثات من المادة البلاستيكية إلى المادة الأخرى سواء كانت غذائية أو غير غذائية. ثم مستوى التلوث المرجعي. البند الرابع وهو يتعلق بعملية التدوير، اللي هي الريسايكلينج بالأساس والريلايز من خلال المدخلات كجزء أول، والجزء الآخر أيضا يتعلق بمجموعة من البنود المتعلقة بهذا الجانب. ثم الجزء الآخر وهو الوصف العملي، كيف تتم عملية التدوير من خلال مجموعة من البنود التي تتم تطبيقها وفقا لهذا اللائحة. وبالإضافة إلى ذلك هناك وصف لعملية التدوير وتحديد كفاءة عملية التدوير في إزالة التلوث. طبعا كما ذكرت لن أتطرق إلى النصوص، وممكن الحصول على هذه اللائحة من خلال متجر المواصفات الخليجية بالتفصيل والاطلاع عليها وإبداء الرأي إن وجدت، حتى نتمكن من إحالتها إلى اللجنة الفنية للدراسة. المراجع المستخدمة، وهذا يهمنا الآن حاليا، استخدمت المواصفة المصرية وهي الآن محدثة تقريبا أو حدثت من سابق، بالإضافة إلى التشريع الأوروبي. أيضا هناك وجود التشريع الأمريكي لهذا الجانب، بالإضافة إلى وجود عدد من المواصفات الخليجية ذات العلاقة بهذه أو مكملة لهذه اللائحة، والتي أيضا لا يمكن تطبيق هذه اللائحة إلا بوجود لوائح أو مواصفات قياسية أخرى. إحنا نذكر على سبيل المثال مجموعة من هذه المواصفات ذات علاقة سواء كان، ومنها هذه المواصفات الخاصة بالعلاقة ذات المواد الملامسة أو بالعبوات الحاوية للمنتجات، أو سواء كانت بلاستيكية أو ألمنيوم أو مواد معدنية وأخرى، بالإضافة إلى الأهم مواصفة وهي اللي هو مواصفة الليبلينج. احنا عندنا في 2025 وكما ذكرت قبل قليل هناك عدد من المواصفات القياسية واللوائح الفنية تم اعتمادها على نطاق واسع. يمكن هذه بس كنموذج أو مثال بسيط لما تم اعتماده خلال الشهر الماضي ومن اللجنة الوزارية وأيضا من المجلس الفني، وهذه أيضا ذات أهمية. بعضها هي طبعا معظمها تحديث للوائح ومواصفات قياسية سابقة ومنها ما هو جديد. أيضا عندنا خطة للعام القادم بإذن الله إن شاء الله. هذه الخطة يمكن وصل لحوالي 120 مشروع مواصفة قياسية ولائحة فنية خليجية لقطاع الغذاء فقط. منها ما هو تحديث ومنها ما هو جديد ومنها ما هو تصويب مطبعي ومنها ما هو تعديل فني. وإن شاء الله هذه اللائحة مرفوعة خلال الأسبوع القادم إن شاء الله للإقرار ثم رفعها للاعتماد من قبل المجلس الفني ليبدأ فيها التنفيذ اعتبارا من بداية يناير القادم إن شاء الله. هذه أيضا أمثلة أخرى. الآن يعني ما هو التطور والتغير اللي حصل في موضوع إعادة تدوير للمواد البلاستيكية؟ كما ذكرنا قبل قليل احنا أخذنا مجموعة من المراجع الحالية الآن صارت تحدثت بما فيها التشريع الأوروبي اللي ذكره قبل قليل ممثل الاتحاد الأوروبي، وأيضا المصرية تحدثت في عام 2022، وأيضا عندنا قرار وزاري من قبل دولة الإمارات الخاص بمياه الشرب المعبى في عبوات بلاستيكية معاد تدويرها، وأيضا هذا هو قرار كنا نتمنى يشاركوا معنا. يمكن الدكتورة ثروت إذا لديها مداخلة في هذا الجانب لتضيف بعض الملاحظات حول تجربة الإمارات أو هذا القرار هل له أو يعني مدلولات من ناحية تطبيقية حاليا، وهل هناك أيضا لأنه مذكور في ضمن هذا القرار أيضا كمرجع وهو اللائحة الفنية الخليجية. هناك أيضا كما ذكرنا أنه عندنا إماراتية على المستوى الوطني، عندنا على المستوى المصري أيضا مواصفة، وعندنا على المستوى الخليجي لائحة فنية إلزامية. هناك وردت كثير من المقترحات من قبل الكثير من الجهات، يمكن نخص منها على سبيل المثال فقط من شركة سابق تلقينا مجموعة من الملاحظات، عقدنا بعض الاجتماعات ورشة العمل مع الشركة وممثلي بعض القطاع الخاص. أيضا تلقينا ملاحظات ومقترحات من مجموعة الأشربة، ولدينا أعضاء ممثلين لها موجود حاضرين معنا الآن. طبعا تهدف هذه المقترحات إلى تطوير المواصفة الخليجية واللائحة الفنية الخليجية الحالية أو وإدخال المتطلبات والاشتراطات الخاصة بالجانب الكيميائي في عملية إعادة التدوير. وهذه أيضا ملاحظات وردت باللغة العربية من قبل أيضا جمعية مجموعة الأشربة هنا، وإن شاء الله هذه معروضة حاليا على اللائحة على اللجنة الفنية المعنية، وعندنا لجنتين اللي هي اللجنة الغذائية وأيضا هناك لجنة الكيميائية ذات العلاقة بمثل هذا الموضوع. المستوى أيضا الخليجي، ومن خلال هذه المقترحات التي وصلتنا حاليا تقوم الهيئة بجمعها وأيضا دراستها، وأيضا تم التوافق ما بين اللجنة الغذائية TC5 وأيضا اللجنة الكيميائية TC1 بعقد ورشة عمل إن شاء الله سيتم عقدها في يوم 2 ديسمبر من الشهر القادم بإذن الله عن طريق تقنية الاتصال عن بعد لدراسة هذه المقترحات والتوافق حول أيضا والاستماع من قبل الستيك هولدرز من شركة أيضا نستر مشاركين بشكل فاعل في تقديم أيضا عرض حول هذا الموضوع، وأيضا المناقشة ما هو السبيل المناسب والتوافق حول الرؤية المشتركة. هل سيتم تحديث اللائحة الفنية الخليجية الحالية وإجراء تعديل عليها وتصويب وتحديث، أم إعداد مواصفة قياسية خليجية جديدة تسمى الجزء الثاني الخاص بإعادة التدوير تتمثل في الجانب المتطلبات الخاصة بالكيمياء. طبعا كما ذكرنا هذه الملخص أنه يتم عمل إعداد مواصفة أو هذا. طبعا استمرار متابعة تطوير العمل والشراكة مع القطاع الخاص ومع جميع الداعمين من الأعضاء المؤازرين أو من الستيك هولدرز بشكل عام أيضا سيسهل في الولوج في استمرار عمليات هذا وتحقيق أهداف هذا المؤتمر من خلال التقنية والابتكار. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much, Engineer Ahmad, for explaining the GSO Regulation 2545 and the upcoming developments. So the GSO is a key reference, not only the GSO regulations, not only for the GCC, but also for the region. And they're looked at as a key reference for the development of regulations. And this is why it's important that it's always aligned with the best practices at international level. And you mentioned something important is that the UAE has developed their regulation on top of the GSO 2545 and have integrated the EU and the US approach. We're going to discuss this later in the panel as well. So our last speaker is Mr. Ahmed Al-Shahat, who is the compliance manager of Barik, and he will present to us the Egypt requirement, the decision number 17 on 22 on food contact materials and how the efforts to advance recycling in Egypt.
Thanks, Rola. Thanks. Okay. Mr. Cohen has explained the requirement for in European countries for plastic recycling, and Mr. Ahmed Basha has also explained the requirement in GSO for plastic recycling. Now I will explain how Barik, as a recycling company, is complying to these regulations. Barik company has been established in 2011. Since this time, we have recycled around 15 billion bottles. This lead to decrease emissions of CO2 by 260 tons CO2 emissions. Our main customers, we are exporting our product to 50 countries. Our main customers are brand owners like Pepsi, Nestle, L'Oreal, Unilever. We have around 16 global certifications. We are aiming in 2030 to reach recycling of 50 billion bottles. This is equal to 800 metric ton of recycled material, and this is equal 1.6 weight of Burj Khalifa. This will lead to decrease the amount of CO2 emissions by 1 million. I will start by explaining the risk of our industry. Okay, this diagram is explaining the product life cycle. Okay, this bottle, plastic bottle, it has come from petrochemical origin. After that, the bottlers is taking this RBET polymers to make the bottles by blowing and extrusion of this RBET granules and putting label of on this bottles. After that, the food companies is filling these bottles and making to make packaging and distribution of these bottles. Then after that, this bottle is used by consumers and citizens. Then after that, these bottles will be disposed. Some of citizens will throw these bottles in the landfill, or some of them will make recycling for these bottles. This is our process in Barik. In Barik, we are once we receive the bottles, we are making sorting of these bottles. We are using only BET bottles, okay, so that we are excluding non-BET bottles, non-food grade bottles, and colored bottles. We are using only transparent colored bottles. After that, this sorting is done by manual sorting by workers and by also automatic sorting by special machines, which are able to remove the colored bottles and non-BET bottles and non-food grade bottles. After that, we are taking these bottles to make grinding. We put these bottles in a grinder to cut these bottles into flakes. Then these flakes will be washed by special chemicals to remove the microbial, and there is inks. This washing process is responsible to remove the inks and the adhesive from the bottles. After that, these flakes will be sieved to take the special size of flakes. After that, the main point or the main process of decontamination is number 5 and 6 and 7. This is pelletization, crystallization, and SSB. At this stage, these flakes will pass through under vacuum and high temperature for special time. Okay, these steps will remove the contamination of all chemical contamination, like BPA, like acetaldehyde, like benzene, like limonene. This is a risk assessment of our process, and I have mentioned the related regulation related to this risks. First stage, as I told you, there is a stage of design and production of the bottle. At this stage, the bottler there will be a risk of migration of chemicals. Okay. So that there is a specific regulation, as mentioned by Mr. Cohen and Mr. Ahmed El-Basha, is regulating this migration. Like in EU, there is a EU 10 by 2011 and EU 2023 and EU 1935. In Egypt, there is decision 17 for 2022, and in Gulf, there is a GSO 939 and GSO 1863. This regulation is put the guidelines, what is the list of authorized material to be used in the plastic industry. Okay, then after that also in the second main step, which have a high risk, is the collection of waste. Okay, when the consumers are throwing the plastic bottles, this plastic bottle may contain a food debris or may be mixed with a hazardous waste. So it is important to collect. Important the citizen make separation of these bottles so that it will not be mixed with other hazardous waste. Okay, so that there is regulations specific for collection of waste. Okay, in EU, there is a regulation number 40 for 2025 and regulation 604 for 2019. In Egypt, there is a decision 202 for 2020 and decision 722 for 2020. In Gulf, there is in Dubai municipality has issued the law of number 18 of 2024. In Saudi Arabia, there is a royal decree number M3 of 2021. Also, Saudi Arabia has now published a draft for include more details about separate collection. The third step, which have a high risk, is recycling. During recycling, there is a risk of, because plastic is applied for high temperature, so that there is a risk of elaboration of acetaldehyde and benzene, so that there is a regulation, European Regulation 1616, have make a guidelines to eradicate this risks. In Egypt, there is Chapter 2 of Decision 17, 2022, and in Gulf, there is a GSO 2000 2545. I will start to explain what is the regulation related to the collection of waste, okay, and how Bariq is complying to this regulation, okay. First, I will start with regulation 40 for 2025. In this regulation, this is a new regulation published in European Union. This give guidelines how to make a separate collection, okay, and implementation of extended producer responsibilities, okay. Also, Egypt have give this guidelines and have identified this guidelines in Decree 772 for 2022. Also, in Gulf, there is a Emirates Dubai municipality have make a law number 18. Now I will explain Bariq how its implementation and to ensure good separate collection. Bariq has developed a mobile application where citizens can apply and can mention what PET bottles present in their houses and other types of waste. Then Bariq will sending a logistic fleet like cars to collect this bottles in their houses. Okay, after that Bariq have a separate collection points where we have workers to make another type of sort to these bottles. Then we have compression centers to make this to make compression to these bottles. Also, we have contract with some agencies which are making DRS, اللي هو deposit return fund system to the bottles. Second regulation which is regulating the collection of waste. It is 94904 for 2019. It is speaking, this regulation sets the targets of plastic separate collection by 77% by 2025 and 90% by 2029. In Egypt also, there is a decree number 772/2011. And Dubai municipality have established a target to achieve separate collection by 60% by 2025 and 75% by 2027 and 90% by 2030. In Saudi Arabia, they have established to implement separate collection by 47% by 2030 and 67% by 2035 and 79% by 2040. Now the next regulation which is is speaking about the separate collection. It is number 904 for 2019. It gives the rule of competent authorities like WEMRA in Egypt or Dubai municipality to give awareness to citizens about separate collection. As you can see, Bariq also is making, WEMRA in Egypt is making regular awareness session to citizens, to increase their awareness to the separate collection. Also, Bariq is making training to the children, and Bariq is inviting schools to their factories to and give them training to raise their awareness. Now I will explain the regulation related to the recycling. It is, as Mr. Cohen has told, it's 1616 for 2022. This regulation is explaining the steps of approval of recycling process. In Bariq, we have applied all of this requirement. We have applied for a challenge test. In this challenges, as you can see, there is some chemicals. We pass these chemicals through our machine, and we test these chemicals after finish of this, after passing of this machine, and we find that our process is efficient to remove these chemicals. So that we, based on this result, EFSA have give us approval for our process of recycling. Regulation number 10 for 2011 have established a list of authorized substances so that BARIC have a specific procedures to confirm that we are complying to this list of authorized substance. BARIC is making regular testing, laboratory testing, like screening tests over all migration, specific migration, content of potential chemical contamination like BPA, acetaldehyde, limonene, and benzene. Other testing like primary aromatic amines, mineral oil, phthalates. Also, our process is able to remove any other contamination. We have a specific lab with equipped, we have a good GC mass measuring device which is able to testing the BPA and acetaldehyde and benzene and final product. This EU regulation give a protocol for migration testing. Also, it is mentioned in EU regulation and in Gulf regulation, and BARIC. BARIC implementing this is through third-party laboratory testing. Also, EU regulation have put a expression of a specific migration limit through a specific unit, اللي هو milligram per kilogram. Also, it is mentioned in Egypt and Gulf regulation and BARIC implementation. We are making testing through in a third-party lab, which is using the same unit. And regulations have give guidelines how to issue the declaration of compliance. Also, BARIC is issuing this. Also, the regulation have defined the requirement for labeling and good manufacture practice, and Egyptian regulation and Gulf regulation have the same regulation, and BARIC is complying to this. Now, this is the conclusion. Firstly, I want competent authorities of food safety and waste management in MENA region need to harmonize the regulation in MENA region for recycling of plastic packaging, looking at key reference like in EU and US. Second point, competent authorities in food safety and waste management in MENA region to develop a national framework for recycling facility approval. Now it is important point that we have there is an important update in European regulation. Now it is responsibility of competent authority in United Arab Emirates, for example, to make audit on the recycling facility and be the focal point between EFSA and the recycling facilities to inform the EFSA the result of this audits. Competent authorities of food safety in MENA region to take the responsibility to be the focal point between EFSA and recycling facilities to communicate the result of food safety audits on recycling facilities to EFSA to help these facilities to get EFSA authorization to market its product of recycled plastic in Europe. And the next point, competent authorities of waste management in MENA region need to establish detailed, clear guidelines for waste separation and extended producer responsibilities. Actually, BARIC or any recycling company in all over the world now to be able to sell its final product in European market, they need to have regulation in this country to match the European regulations. Okay, so in European regulations they have a specific regulation for separate collection and for EBR, extended producer responsibility, and the same should be happen in MENA region. Countries in MENA region have to update their regulations so that it will be similar and matching with European regulation. The last point, competent authorities of waste management to keep instruction publicity available for household level plastic waste separation. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shahat, for giving us an overview of the best practices that Barik implements and their compliance with the Egyptian and EU regulations, and to give us the perspective of the industry as well regarding the regulations. So we are going to move to the panel session now, and since we are running out of time, I will ask one question to the panelists, and then I'm going to give the floor to the audience so that to give you a chance also to ask questions. So I'm going to invite, so we have already the first panelist, Mr. Ahmed Shahat. I'm going to invite as well Mr. Engineer Ahmed Al-Basha, please. Mr. Cohen Wheel. And we have also a panelist, Dr. Amjad Al-Rashaidi, who is the Director of Food Standards for the Jordan and Food and Drug Administration. Thank you all first for joining the panel. So I will start with a question for Dr. Amjad. Dr. Amjad. So I'm going to start for a question for you. So based on the regulations that are applicable at the moment in Jordan, what are the recommendations that you can give to the countries that have developed either mechanical or chemical recycling in the region, or for example to the GSO that has mechanical recycling but has not implemented yet chemical recycling? So what are the kind of reassurances that we can give them and best practice from your side?
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about the recycling. In Jordan, we have already changed our legislation about the recycling because in the beginning we have a must to be virgin for the recycling of the plastic material, but now we are talking about it to be safe to contact with food packaging material. But when I listened to the previous lecture, especially from the European Union, we need to have more risk assessment about how we can use these recycle in our countries, because we haven't enough lab to test if there is any immigration between the contaminant from the food packaging material to the food material. But in spite of that, we have to have this regulation because we are talking about the environment. It's a need to have to amend the legislation or the all of the things to how we deal with this recycling, because it's a need. It's a need if we're talking from the point of the environmental health. We have it's affect the livestock in many countries. So it's a need to have this legislation and to amend the legislation now in these countries.
Okay, thank you very much. Engineer Ahmed Al-Basha, what would be, like, in order to proceed to this amendment of the GSO 2545, like, what do you think additional data, because you mentioned that the food and beverage industry has submitted their comments, they have submitted studies. What do you think is still needed? Is it more capacity building with the member states? Is it more scientific data, experts' opinions, maybe putting them in contact with the other countries that have implemented the system? How do you think could move the amendment further?
And when I speak in my presentation in the annual for the technical committee in the next year, we will meeting together stakeholders and received any comment from the stakeholders for the technical regulation and another standard any GSO. After that, we will meeting together the technical committee, discussion together and any but the stakeholders will cooperation to gather GSO, and also the countries for the member. Also, maybe in next year, I think or I hope إنه يكون في development for this technical relation.
Okay. Thank you. So Mr. Cohen and Mr. Ahmad Al-Shahat, can you explain why it's important to have a diversified and innovative methods for recycling, so both chemical and mechanical recycling, why they are complementary, and also why it's important to have a cohesive approach, so that it comes under a single authority for both mechanical and chemical recycling?
Thanks for the question. Yes, so I think it's a good thing in EU, at least, that we have one big comprehensive regulation that covers both chemical and mechanical regulations, because in the end, the principles for the assessment are universal. It's just a matter of the input, the decontamination, and the intended use. Those three elements come back every time. So if they would be in separate pieces, I think it would be confusing. And they, as you say, they're really complementary. Chemical recycling has the possibility to have a virgin-like quality, and you will never get that with mechanical recycling. It has its limitations, especially in color. So reaching very high percentages, therefore you, as I said, just maximizing the amount of mechanical PET, which has the lowest carbon footprint, and very conveniently also has the lowest cost. And then as you really need then the chemical recycling as a complementary to that, to have a good quality in the end.
Okay, thank you.
As you know, Rola, that PET or plastic will not decompose in the nature, so that we have to make each effort to ensure that we have all tools to make recycling and for disposed waste, so that we will protect the nature from this material. And there is a great change in European and USA regulation regarding to chemical and mechanical recycling. Authorities in MENA has to meet with these regulations, have to do the same regulation, because now, for example, Barrick, to be able to export its product to European Union, European Union is required now to that the regulations in MENA to meet the same, to have the same requirement in Europe, so that we have, now we need to make a good regulation. It is equal to be equal to European regulation or more strict than them. This is very important to our business and recycling.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for all your interventions. And so I will open the floor before taking the final recommendations. I will open the floor to the participants, and we will hear from you as well. تفضل دكتورة. So please, if you can introduce yourself and then ask your question.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Tharwat Al-Batani, Specialist Food Safety and Halal Regulations. I'm from the government sector, but now is international expert. Thank you so much for your nice lectures. I'm with you, Engineer Ahmad, about the alignment. You know, because I'm working in Ministry of Climate Change and Environment for these issues and laws. GSO has, of course, the basic for the standard, and all of us, they are our teachers. In the Emirate now, we did many updates with the municipalities, with the competent authorities about this thing, and inshallah, this would be good, of course, to alignment with the Emirate merit, and of course we had it from the best practice in Europe, Australia, and Canada. And this is over yesterday. There is a meeting with the high level of the committee of the food safety. They discuss many issues. And if you remember also previous week, there is a meeting with the GCC here about many categories in the food safety and the risk management, because what we need always the cooperation and coordination between all the area, not only the GCC, the MENA, and with the arrangement aligned with the best practice. Especially when they are now in the Emirate, we finished the assessment of the food safety regulation and in the Emirate with the food safety index. And this is cover the labels, by the way, not only from the safety, but again, I'm discussing about the condition in which it will save. Maybe if there's any sunrise, it will affect the food. And from the halal regulation. By the way, in the auditing, again, we audit even in the US. I went before, and Mexico, I audit for the recycling. And I audit for the material itself. Is it safe for the food to save with it when there's a high temperature, for example, in the logistic? We have to think of this, and from the halal regulation, not only from the recycling. This is my voice to the companies, and we want a new technology. We want this technology based on the safety and the acceptance in the halal, not only on the propaganda and the sales issues. No, we want to be safe in the recycling, and it's safe to save the food itself in direct. Even there is a food now, we put it in the microwave. Is it this safe for that or not? Now, before this, in the morning, we had a good discussion with the expert from South Africa. There is many problems from these things for the ships and for our kids, which lead to the death. Thank you so much for nice lectures again.
Thank you very much for your intervention. Please.
Thank you. My name is Mark Feely. I'm with the Global Food Regulatory Science Society. First of all, I'd like to thank all the speakers for their very nice presentations. It's a very informative topic. Secondly, a question which is probably applicable to most of the speakers is that you mentioned that regulations have been or are under development based on mainly EFSA or EC guidance. My question is if a food product from the European Commission, which is using a packaging material, recycled packaging material, which has already received EFSA approval, is coming into your countries, is that unilaterally accepted, or is it still subject to some sort of evaluation or assessment?
You can answer, probably. Maybe you can tell us in Egypt how it works. يعني إذا منتج جاي من الإيو وحاصل على الموافقة من الإيو، كيف تعتبروه هلا؟ تسمحوا فيه ولا لا؟
In present legislation, it's prohibited to have recycling from to enter to Jordan. I'm talking about Jordan. But in the future, we are amending the legislation to be permitted to accept this type of product to come to Jordan. Maybe in the future, but now we don't have this legislation to permit this product to enter.
Also, Mr. Ahmed wants to.
In Egypt, any material come from outside. As I know from my experience with National Food Safety Authority, they are requiring that this recycling factory in this outside of Egypt to have EFSA approval and to be listed in United Nation, website of European Union. Also, they are requiring some testing, like migration, like overall migration, like non-intentionally added substances. After that, they can introduce this to Egypt, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Thank you so much. If you allow me just to add,
sure.
My name is Mustafa Batel with Coca-Cola Company, and I have two comments about the question which raised. One of them is it was by Dr. Sarwat about halal. because I am familiar with the halal culture in this region, and I know I have little exposure about the processing of recycled plastic. As mentioned by the esteemed speaker today, there is two ways to do recycling. One of them is the mechanical, and the other one is the chemical. Both technology has been used historically since a long time ago by Muslim countries, like here in the Gulf, like United Arab Emirates and others, and also in Malaysia and others. And the process itself, it's subject to high cleaning process, and sometimes it includes steamed water with high pressure, so to ensure the full cleanness of the flakes of the mechanical recycled plastic. Whereas when we go to chemical recycled plastic, also with halal culture, they are transforming the molecule to come back again to its normal or natural, like virgin material. So in such way, it ensures that the molecules are really cleaned properly and no concern about halal. Now, with regard to the question, if a product produced in USA or in Europe, and we know globally there's two regulations that all countries follows, whether it's European or the United States regulation, US FDA. Both regulations are very well recognized in countries like United Arab Emirates. So if the product, let's say bottled water coming from Canada or from US that follow this regulation, the regulatory authority in the ground here, they verify the compliance and they ensure that this packaging material should comply, and not limited, by the way, to bottled plastic or can whatsoever. They have a scheme that you need to verify that this product comply with the regulation, and they accept it. So there's a control in place, and this is acceptable. It's a part of the free trade agreement to allow product, and the basic requirement, they should ensure the compliance with the regulation. So with this, thank you for the opportunity. I'll give back the mic to you.
Thank you. تفضل.
دكتور مصطفى، شكرا لك دكتور. طبعا على ذكر انه موضوع الحلال في موضوع الريسايكلينج ايضا، وهذه انا فرصه جيده انه طرحت في هذا الجلسه. طبعا كما تعرف عندنا لجنه خليجيه للحلال، ومن ضمن لو تلاحظون في العرض انه وجود اللائحه الفنيه الخاصه بالمتطلبات العامه للحلال ضمن التحديث في السنة القادمة إن شاء الله. وهذه فكرة كما تفضلتوا فيها حنحطها كمان نطرحها على اللجنة، بحيث ممكن إشراك اللجنة الحلال أيضا في هذه العملية من البداية، بحيث يؤخذ في الاعتبار بدل أن تأخذ وقت أطول. وشكرا على هذه الملاحظة، يعني نبهتونا فيها. شكرا.
شكرا. تفضل.
My name is Hassan Bergdar, Managing Director of Rakab Consultancy. The question is, I didn't read the GSO regulation for this and also for European or US regulation. But my question is, in case of we want to use this recycled plastic, for example, in food, have you taken in consideration the percentage of recycled plus also the polymers, the virgin polymers on this? Is it any ratio, anything that we can use it for to be able to use it in food product?
It's depend on result of challenge test and the result of testing of the final product. Okay. Once we are making risk assessment and making testing of this product, we are able to define the suitable percent of recycle to be used in this in the final product.
Okay.
So the regulation by itself does not determine a maximum recycled content percentage per se. It's just one of the elements of the assessment. So if the challenge test result is not that good, then EFSA would say, with this process, you can only use maximum 50%, for example. Most of them are at 100% because there is no issue at all. But if the result is at maybe a bit more borderline, then the result would be that EFSA opinion introduce a lower percentage. So it's not clear. I understand. So okay, so you have a certain input material. You combine it with a certain decontamination technology. You test it. The result shows that it's only safe at a lower recycled content percentage. Then that would be the output of the EFSA opinion. They would say, well, this one is just for 50%, rather than allowing 100%, but most of them easily achieve 100% when it comes to mechanically recycled PET.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. And do we have also perhaps questions for the presentation of Mr. Sutku from the Ministry of Agriculture of Turkey? Does anyone have any question? Mrs. Eroglu, I saw you wanted to make an intervention? No? Okay. So, any other question from the public? Okay, please.
Thank you, everyone. Zubair from Nestle. First of all, thank you so much for the esteemed panelists for their great presentation and the insight value that they add. One point that I want to address is the trade barrier that might come on the future. As we know, in Europe, I believe in 2030, they will mandate to have a minimum percentage of recycled material in contact with food. And this might put some pressure, on the trade between Europe and our region. So I believe this should be taken in consideration as well to accelerate as much as possible the update of the regulation and the allowance on the legislation for recycled material. Not only this, as Mr. Ahmed mentioned, in Egypt, this might add an opportunity as well for the recycling facility in our region to export the product to Europe. So this will be, let's say, a two-way trade, if we can say, between Europe and our region. And as Mr. Ahmed mentioned as well, for GSO, really we are so proud that we have great progress now. We are planning to have the workshop, inshallah, by first week of December to work on the updated legislation. As well in Jordan, since it was not allowed at all, but now I believe with Jordan FDA, we are working as well on to update the regulation, which really it will support the industry at the MENA region. So yeah, it's just a comment, but just to consider as well the trade point on the discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
And there was also a point that was mentioned that maybe it would go under different, so under the chemical would be a separate regulation, and so I wanted to ask if you think it's important to have one policy and a unified approach under a single authority for both chemical and mechanical routes. If you have any recommendations on that part or any opinion.
Yeah. So I believe we discussed it with the GSO level, and we propose on the same draft not to have a standalone regulation, but we can work on the same regulation. Given that the recycle at the end, it will go back to the virgin plastic, which is already regulated by standalone regulation, active, aligned with the EU. So we don't recommend to have a separate regulation, but we can work on the same regulation. And I believe from the food and beverage, already we propose a draft, which inshallah will be discussed on the coming workshop, as well with a member on the GSO. Just to accelerate, the process, not to have a standalone regulation.
Okay. Yes, please.
I don't have a question. This is Suzanne Baghil from PepsiCo, but rather a comment to really applaud the efforts that has been done, I'd say, with Engineer Ahmed for the past 2 years on, reworking several times on the recycled plastic regulation with the Food and Beverage Manufacturing Group. So thank you again very much for taking our comments into consideration. The next step now is to, all of us to convene again on the 2nd of December to further discuss the outcome of that regulation. I just want to go back again to, I cannot recall the lady who mentioned about the halal. I believe we have a halal packaging regulation that was introduced several years ago. It's one of those part 1, part 2. We have the generic one as part 1. I think it comes in as a different division. Maybe we need to look into that, reconsider it, and make it in a line with all the technology and advancement that we have under the recycling piece, that to go line in line. But we look forward, Engineer Ahmed, to work with you and hopefully, reach to a conclusion by 2026. I just wanted to thank you immensely on behalf of the Food and Beverage Manufacturing Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Hi, thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Just one point to add on the trade barrier as well. The single-use plastic ban in the UAE as well. To be exempted from the single-use plastic ban, you have to use a recycled material. So allowing the chemically recycled plastic will allow us to have more and more suppliers and will enable the business along different plastic types. So that's also to be considered on the UAE level.
And maybe also one point that any of you from the food industry side can clarify is regarding the complementarity of the two, because maybe there is a perception that it's either this process that works or this process that is enough. So maybe any of you can explain where do you see a clear need for chemical recycling and where do you see a clear need for mechanical recycling, and where the complementarity comes. So if any of you can take the floor. Okay.
Actually, I will steal it from Conrad. He shared this before, previously. If I understand your question perfectly, we know that chemical recycled material, the output is virgin. So it's really applicable for high sensitive food or pharmaceutical dietary supplements. So it's very safe. And the appearance will look like a crystal, like very virgin and nice looking. Why we need both together? I think it will help in our innovation to strengthen the life cycle of the plastic itself, but also give nice appearance. So for the innovation technology, and Mr. Kohn, maybe correct me if you want to add more. Thank you so much.
You want to say something more?
Well, fully aligned with the comment of Mustafa, and a little bit of maybe flash into the future. What currently in Europe, we're looking beyond PET, we're looking at polyolefins, and that's a totally different polymer. It's much more substances and additives, and also that it absorbs more, and that's an area where the chemical recycling is will be a much more prominent role.
Okay.
Just as a comment.
So, yes, please.
Thank you. I mean, just to add, mechanical recycling is generally or typically used when you have a good source control for your input plastic. So something like polyethylene terephthalate, the little crinkly bottles that are used or produced in billions of quantities every year, if you can recycle those, the input material is relatively clean. Chemical recycling generally tends to come into force when you have plastics with mixed use. So you have mixed types of plastics, more than one per the product, different types of labels, different functional barriers, etc., where the chemical recycling is then able to effectively decompose down to their starting material a number of different types of plastic materials in a single entity.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Is there any other questions or any other comments or recommendations as well? maybe I will turn to our speakers for one final recommendation. So we mentioned that it's important to align with international best practices, to integrate the EU and the US approach, also to collaborate in the region among, like to align the different regulations. So if you have like one final recommendation as from the private sector or from the public sector.
Actually, in Barit, we are facing great challenges time because of there is a great change in European regulation. Now, as mentioned, in single-use plastic regulation is already released in 2025. We have to supply our material, input material, as mentioned by Mr. Cohen, from a good hygienic, in good hygienic practice. So it is important in MENA region to enhance the hygienic methods of separate collection, like door-to-door collection or DRS, making awareness sessions to the citizens so that they can know about the separate collection. يعني في مواصفات معظم الدول دلوقتي بتعمل مواصفات فصل المنتج من المخلفات من المصدر، فده هيحقق ان احنا نوصل ان احنا يكون عندنا ويست هايجين، فبالتالي الكواليتي اوف recycled material will be good and we will be able to export our product to European Union.
Thank you. مهندس أحمد.
ممكن بس شكرا، هتكلم بالعربي بس. طبعا ركز على نقطتين. النقطة الأولى هو سنقوم بتجميع الريفرنس المحدثة حاليا، سواء كان من المصدر الأوروبي ريفرنس الأوروبي وأيضا كندا كما ذكرت الدكتورة ثروت، وتجميع الملاحظات والتعليقات التي وردت من ستيك هولدرز، وأيضا التأكيد على عقد ورشة العمل في الشهر القادم. الشيء الآخر والذي أؤكد عليه أنه في السنة القادمة إن شاء الله وعلى مراحل إعداد مشروع خاص للمواصفة سيتم عقد ورش تعريفية خاصة بالمشروع، بحيث يكون هناك إلمام وتعريف بموضوع الريسايكلينج بشكل عام على المستوى الخليجي، والاستفادة من الجهات التي لها باع طويل في هذا الجانب، خصوصا في القطاع الصناعي. يعني أحيانا الجهات المعنية الرقابية على هذه المنتجات هناك تخوف من أن تقوم باعتماد هذه المواد خصوصا في ملامسة الأغذية، ويمكن تجربة مصر فيها كما تفضل فيه ممكن نستفيد منها أيضا في الجانب هذا، بحيث هناك يضمن، والضامن هو القطاع الصناعي في الدرجة الأولى. يعني الجهة المنتجة هي اللي تضمن سلامة هذه المنتجات أن مرت بمراحل سلسلة آمنة لا يمكن أن تسبب ضرر أو خطر على المنتج الملامس له، ولا تسبب أيضا هجرة المواد والملوثات من المادة البلاستيكية إلى المنتج في مختلف الشلف لايف الخاص بالمنتج. هذا الذي أؤكد عليه، ونقل هذه التجربة إلى الجهات الرقابية حتى تكون على بينة في هذا الأمر عند عملية تطبيق هذا التشريع. شكرا.
شكرا مهندس أحمد.
Well, from my side there is basically two things. Well, what I'm hearing about the harmonization or alignment of different regulations in different regions, I think that's a key thing to allow international trade, to allow also plastics to come to Europe, given that the source materials are complying to EU regulations, and as well this separate collection element, which is sometimes difficult to achieve. And in that comes, then I come to my second point, which relates to collection, because in the end the key is collection, and you can make your life easier by implementing deposit return schemes. In Europe, one country after the other is going that direction, Every half year, another one is starting. The majority of EU member states currently have a deposit return scheme, and it just gives you the highest quality of input material because of the clean input stream that it produces. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last thing I want to address about, it's a need to harmonize, to revise all the legislation. We talk about GCC and European legislation and accelerate the, our own legislation regarding the recycling, because it's a need. It's a need, and it must, because trade barriers or something like this. And all of the world are working toward to using this recycling.
Thank you very much. تفضل.
Normally it's recycled. Yeah, now, correct. Yeah, I mean, where do you dump these products? No, sorry.
This is a big issue. Many of the, it's a pollution in something, yes. But we are going to deal with the Ministry of Municipalities and other municipalities to deal with this garbage. But we have to accelerate this legislation, because it's, as I mentioned before, before that, it's a must to have this legislation to cope with these things, with this problem.
So we will conclude the session. So we discussed, everyone I think is aligned on the need to accelerate the revision and the amendments of the regulations to align them with best practices in the EU, in the US, the GSO regulation to be amended, the Jordan regulation to accelerate as well, in Egypt as well, to follow also the model, maybe the best practice that the UAE has put in place. We also emphasize the importance of having the same regulatory approach and not having a standalone regulation, but having the same regulation under a single authority. Also, we addressed concerns of halal. We mentioned that there is no concern around halal because the process provides a clean result. And also, there was a mention that there is a need to align the halal standards with the developments of the regulation on recycling. We also mentioned the importance of collection, of working on collection and developing the deposit return schemes to ensure a clean output. So I think with that we mentioned everything, and of course the complementarity of chemical and mechanical recycling. One doesn't go without the other. So I think with that, we reached very good conclusions and recommendations that we can raise to the GSO as well, and to the Jordan FDA, and to the Egyptian authorities as well, and maybe share them and work on them in the next steps. So I want to thank you all for your participation, the panelists, the speakers, thank you very much, and the audience for your contributions. Thank you. And we have a session at 2 in the Abu Dhabi Hall as well. So we will be happy that you join us. شكرا كثير. عشو بالعكس.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing lunch break. Let's dive right back in with the renewed energy as we continue exploring the future of the food safety. So this afternoon session explore the future of food safety, beginning with innovation, innovative value, strategies that move beyond compliance to strengthen the retail practices and promote equity across the diverse communities. The program then shifts to a food safety culture in action, highlighting how education through the FSI program and recognition through FS awards are shaping a stronger, more proactive food safety culture. Together, this session underscores the impact of innovation and empowerment in building safer food system. So to begin with, the first session, our key speaker is a principal investigator for NEHA's FDA OTED cooperative agreements and a leading architect of the Integrated Food Safety System National Curriculum Standard. So with over 30 years of experience in retail food safety, training and program development, he has led the creation of numerous national food safety certification and HACCP courses. He has worked on multiple committees and working groups, including the Conference of Food Protection, Partnership of Food Production, and the Retail Food Safety Collaborate. Today he's here to discuss on the topic beyond compliance, innovative evaluation strategies to strengthen the retail food safety and equity. Let's have a round of applause for the key speaker, Mr. Rance Baker.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully, I will be able to get some after-lunch energy into you. I know you've all got probably a full belly settling in there, so hopefully this is going to be an interesting topic for everybody. What we're talking about is evaluation strategies that you can use to evaluate your programs, whether or not you are related to industry or whether or not you're the regulatory. And we're going to go through some of the things that we did in order to evaluate the programs that we have. I'm Rance Baker. I'm from the National Environmental Health Association. It's located in the US. And we were awarded the largest retail food safety cooperative agreement that the US Food and Drug Administration ever awarded in retail food safety. The purpose of this award was to advance the retail program standards in the US. And I'll talk to you a little bit about what those standards are. I think we've been hearing a lot about standards over the past couple of days if you've been in sessions there. Part of our agreement was that we would put together an evaluation plan to see the efficacy of the work that we're doing. Does what we do, all these funds that we subawarded to state, local, tribal, territorial jurisdictions, there's 3,000 jurisdictions in the US, does all of this make a difference there? And so the goal was to look at that and to see if there was a difference. So we'll be looking at it from a couple of different levels. We're going to look at it from a very baseline level, on the process level, and we're going to look at the outcomes of this. And then we're going to look to see, is there an impact, which is probably the biggest question of all. I mean, what is the public health significance of what we do? Are less people getting sick from foodborne illness outbreaks? Are less people being hospitalized by the work that we're doing, whether or not a nonprofit like us, or whether regulatory, in your regulatory oversight, or industry in the food safety programs you have? Are less people dying because of the work we do? So what I'd like for you to do as we're going through this session today is to kind of look at it through your own lens there. We're going to be talking to you about what NEHA did with the Retail Flexible Funding Model Program. But as you're looking, saying, how does this affect the things that I do in the food safety programs that I have, whether or not you're in industry or whether or not you're regulatory? And one of the questions that I want you to think about in the background as you're doing this is, wherever you are in the world, what type of data and evaluation challenges are you facing wherever you are there? Because we're going to be talking about some data, some silos, some taxonomy issues that on all the data is being collected there. So please, as you're going through, look through what we're talking about, what we did, on how you might be able to use that in order to be able to show that the programs you are doing are effective. Let's talk about the global, and this is from the World Health Organization there. 1 in 10 people in the US, or in the world will fall ill from foodborne illness outbreaks this year. That is over 400,000 deaths across the world this year, with 40% of them being children under the age of 5. And low and middle income countries are affected the most, oftentimes to the tune of $110 billion a year in not only hospitalization and medical care, but in loss of productivity as well. When we look at it on the US level there, the numbers are similar. Now, these numbers come from the Centers for Disease Prevention and Control, and this is the CDC in the US. 1 in 6 Americans, that's 48 million Americans each year, will have some sort of foodborne illness. That means 128,000 hospitalizations and over 3,000 people needlessly die from foodborne illnesses across the US. So the impact is high, and it's got a $17.6 billion impact on the US economy. For those of you who are in retail, whether industry or regulatory, 2/3 to 3/4 of all foodborne illness outbreaks take effect at the retail level there. So of those numbers, most of these are coming at retail. So the area that we oversee with FDA is retail food safety there. What we put together was a couple of programs. First of all, the RPS, the Retail Program Standards, was put together in 2001. I'm going to give you a little detail about that. It's a national voluntary program, the gold standard on programs. We have the Retail Flexible Funding Model Program, RFFM, and I'm going to talk to you about the work that we're doing on that. And what we're going to be talking about is the public health impact of all the work that we're doing. The Voluntary National Regulatory Retail Program Standards, a mouthful, and I don't even know if I got that right. No, I got it wrong again. The Voluntary National Retail Food Regulatory Program Standards, which is why we call it the Retail Program Standards instead, are 9 standards. These standards were put together in around 2001 through the Conference of Food Protection in the U.S., which is a coalition of industry and regulators at all levels and put together with the FDA. There's 10 standards here that we're going to that we look at as part of the Retail Program Standards. Regulatory foundation. Do you have a strong scientific regulatory statute system that through your inspections and investigations and rules and laws are able to keep food safe? First of all, is your foundation strong there? Do you have a strong trained regulatory staff? Do you inspect using HACCP principles? Do you inspect using risk-based inspections rather than floors, walls, and ceilings? Uniform inspection program. If I have one inspector come in, can I expect the same results from the second inspector coming in there too? So, do you have a good program where everybody's trained together there? What happens when you have a foodborne illness outbreak is standard 5. Do you have a program in place for foodborne illness investigations? Do you have a food defense system in place? These are all standards that are considered the gold standards, the best practices, and they're all voluntary. And what we do is we supply funds to folks to be able to go after these standards there. There's a 10th standard that's been proposed, and I can tell you I'm the one who proposed it, which is succession planning and sustainability. How do we keep what's been put out there, and with the changing workforce? Now, with the Retail Flexible Funding Model Program, again, this was the largest award. Most of the funds coming in are sub-awards to state, local, tribal, and territorial jurisdictions. There's over 3,000 jurisdictions in the U.S. across there that are available for sub-awards on there. It's a grant program. They apply for it. We oversee the program with FDA oversight. And there's 3 different levels of grants. We have the Track 1 base level grant, which is, they don't know anything about the retail program standards. They haven't been part of it. And we put a program in place to help them get started in it. Track 2 are for those who know a little bit, but not a lot. They don't have all 9 standards right now. They might have gotten 1, and they don't know if they are able to meet 2 or 3 or 4 of them. And the Track 3 are those who really know the program well. And what we're funding is for them to be able to maintain the program. The outputs that we have from this are that we ask them to look at how they stand against all 9 standards there. So they do a self-assessment of all the 9 standards. Then we ask them to put together an improvement plan if they want to meet the program standards out there and how they would go about doing it. When we talk about meeting a standard, we're not talking about something that happens right away. We've got kind of a 5-year window that we look at with folks. I do something this year, I do something this year, I do something this year. Because remember, these folks at the same time are also doing all the inspections, investigations, and everything else that goes with retail food safety. And if you're retail food safety, oftentimes you're environmental health, which means that you do a lot more than retail food safety. You're also doing indoor air quality, you're doing recreational waters, you might be drinking waters, hospitals, child care centers, et cetera. The outcomes of this is to advance the adherence to the retail program standards, to reduce foodborne illness, and then to lower the economic impact and burden of illnesses and deaths from foodborne illnesses. When we're looking at evaluations, and again, let's look at this through your lenses as well there. Some things to look at are some really difficult questions. First of all, team and capacity. The process approach on this. Are we the right folks to actually be doing this program there? That's a hard thing to look at. Feasibility and vision, we were awarded a great amount of funds, but was the expectation for these funds realistic? Can we achieve what we want to achieve in the period of time we want to achieve it? And then the public health impact of this. Did it actually make a difference? Now, these are three hard questions. I think probably some of you are looking at it going, for my program, I don't know if I want the answer to that. Because am I the right folks? Is the program actually doable? And did we make a difference on there? But those are the three questions we chose to look at. This is just another way of looking at that. The big piece down there, and I'm going to be talking mostly about the process approach and the outcome approach, and then my colleague, Chenton's going to come up and introduce himself. He's part of the SMARTS team that actually did that look at the public health impact. Does it make a difference? He's going to be talking about how all that stuff happened. Looking at the process, were we the right folks to do that? There are over 3,000 jurisdictions in the U.S., as I was mentioning earlier. We were able, and there's 50 states, we were able to get folks involved in it from all but 5 of the 50 states there. So we had a nice national reach on that. The operational excellence, we were able to take the work that FDA had expected to be able to do, reduce the administration burden on our side so that we were able to allocate more resources towards the state, local, tribal, territorial jurisdictions. So we were able to save funds for not just us, but for to award more funds out as well. We grew the program to one of the highest the program has ever been. We've got, I think, 550 awards this cycle alone through the different areas across the country there and the different programs there. And then we built partnerships. We actually purposefully built partnerships with our competitors in some cases and allies at the same time, because we knew that in order to have a public health impact, we were going to have to reach out to everybody and get everybody involved. So we pulled together the Conference for Food Protection, which are the folks who actually oversee the retail program standards, and worked with them on the standards. And then we also worked with our partners at the National Association of County and City Health Officials to run our mentorship program, so that if I want to meet a standard, but I don't know how to do it, there's another county, another city over there that has met that they can help me mentor me through that program. Or maybe I know how to do this, and I've already put the systems in place. I can help somebody else along the way there. So now I'm going to turn it over to Chenton. He's going to talk about that last one, the public health impact of what we did there. So please welcome Chenton Somayai.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Rance, for calling me part of the SMARTS team. I do get the privilege of sharing some of the really intricate work that went behind when you have collected, as Rance mentioned. You saw the ground level work, the process, the outcome. Now, when we want to answer the bigger question at the public health level, and that data doesn't come, which is at the public health impact level. And we came up with several questions, or research questions, and the first one that we were able to answer, and that's what I'm going to present today, is there a measurable relationship between the federal food safety funding and improvement in the public health outcomes, particularly reduction in the foodborne illnesses rates in the NORS data? And the NORS data is the National Outreach Reporting System by the CDC. So for the first two data sets were from us, the RFFM database and the FDA database. RFFM, we are, as Rance mentioned, that it's one of the strongest or the largest funded programs. This is the first cycle we are in. So we had to historically look at the data all the way from 2001 to the information that we have to the most recent year, which was 2024. But we had to keep 2024 out because when we received the data, it was incomplete. So we have looked at all the way from 2001 to 2023. That's a lot of information. And for the analysis piece, we are just going to be looking at a 10-year data set. So, now we had the steps get convoluted here because there are several databases. One that we are maintaining in the first cycle or the first 3 years, but now you're going to have to rely on the information that others have collected and the regulatory agencies. So again, this is not to talk about just mainly what we did. I wanted to start thinking about how you're collecting data on your side and how you can correlate with the public health agencies in your own countries or in your own jurisdictions, how that works for you. The first one, the two databases that we had to clean on our side was to look at the RFFM and the FDA's databases. RFFM had the jurisdictional level information and the demographics that were collected. But when you have an address, it doesn't show you, or that particular jurisdiction doesn't show you that what kind of area or zones, to be on a more local level, what zones are you regulating? And for that, we had a series of about 3,000 jurisdictions that we had to look into and what zones or what regulatory areas they're looking at from a state level. Local level was county, cities, townships, and then there was another breakdown of territories and tribes as well. So cleaning up that data took a lot of work, and eventually we came up to the point where we were able to have a consolidated database with a solid 1,055 jurisdictions, which had a clear information for our analysis. Now the second piece was connecting it to the NORS database, which is not information that we collect. But by then we had enough information and cleaned up the data enough to correlate it with the NORS data, because NORS data doesn't go by the FDA UID or the ones which we go from in the FDA database. So we had to connect it with the county and the state information and how each year the population or what jurisdictions at different levels. So there was a different permutation and combinations we had to go through. A jurisdiction could be regulating just one area or one county, sometimes multiple counties and multiple townships. So we had to break that down and clean up to the point where we can actually use it for analysis. And in the first analysis, there were three questions we came up with. First, we wanted to look at the information with a 10-year aggregated analysis from 2014 to 2023. As I said, we just wanted to look at the recent 10 years versus the previous work. Then, as Rance had gone through the standards, we wanted to see if in those 10 years, when you're meeting 1 to 3 standards, 4 to 6 standards, and 7 to 9 standards. So 7 to 9 standards is the goal point where the more standards you meet, is it having an effect, or is it having a better effect on the active counties that we are going to review? And then we went to make sure that we are not jumping the gun or having too much of, we wanted to keep repeating the same analysis and make sure that the information that we are collecting is strong enough. So then we went on to analyze it on a year-by-year basis as well. So there are approximately, as Rance mentioned, there are approximately more than 3,000 counties in the United States, out of which 802 are enrolled with the RPS historically from 2001 to all the way till 2025. So I'll define the active, non-active, and non-enrolled group shortly. But if you look at those, the ones that were enrolled with RPS is 802, out of which the active group becomes 136, non-active 93. And in the non-enrolled RPS, there was a group which was not enrolled, but also did not report outbreaks. The 802 had reported outbreaks. Okay, so for the first analysis, the active group was defined as enrolled in RPS, met at least one standard in the last or in any of the 10 years, and retail foods related outbreak after standards met. In the previous analysis or the multiple analysis, the first time it was just looking at the year and if there was an outbreak and if there was they had met a standard. But then we went back and corrected that. Only after they had met a standard, we looked at if there was an outbreak after that, not just generally in that particular year. So that helped us clean up our methodology over and over. Then we're looking at the non-active. They are enrolled in the RPS, but they have not been active with the standards meeting in the last 10 years. And the non-enrolled, which are the jurisdictions or the counties that are not actually part of the RPS. This, as my director says, might look like something you downloaded from the internet, because it actually is true. We ran this data over and over. The active group over time did have the median outbreak rates were much lower, and for the non-active, little higher, and the ones which were not enrolled was pretty much the highest. Same for the median case rates. What it shows is basically if you're part of the RPS process and your regulatory agencies are following the 9 standards and enrolling in the program, getting that hand-holding, with the training, with the capacity building, you are seeing a very positive effect on the case rates and the outbreak rates. For the second analysis, the group was defined in the very same manner. Now we broke it down to the number of jurisdictions who had met 7 to 9 standards. So if you can see the very first bar, 0.42, they actually showed a more positive effect. So the more standards you met, or the more jurisdictions met those standards, were doing much better when it came to outbreaks or having fewer outbreaks in the jurisdictions. And the third one, when we started looking at it by year basis, that's, I think you really like the results here, because we didn't want to assume the 10-year chunk with the discrimination, some years were fewer or less outbreaks. We wanted to look every year, does it look consistently lower for the active group? And the N value changes with that when you look at the year-by-year analysis. Okay, hopefully you can follow me. The blue line is the non-enrolled, the individuals or jurisdictions who were not part of the RPS program or not registered with the RPS program. The orange line that you see is actually the ones who are not active and who are part of who have registered at some point with the FDA for the RPS program, but currently are not active in those 10 years. In any of the, and year by year, they are not active in that group. And when you see the green line, which is the bottom, the active group had just the lowest number of outbreaks and again, in the case rate, we saw a similar trend. In both sides, the active group had fewer and fewer incidents. So what does all that mean? The outbreak rates were the lowest in the active counties. So we started seeing that there is a positive association, statistically significant positive association when the active group were enrolled in the FDA's retail food safety program. The intermediate effect was seen in the non-active, so they were aware of it, but they were currently not part of being active in the group. And the outbreaks were the highest when they were not part of or enrolled in the FDA's program. And also, when you break it down by standards, we saw dose response. The more standards they worked on, the more standards that they met, they were able to see a more positive effect of being able to reduce or have a reduction in the outbreak affecting their particular zones or counties. And I'll hand it over back to Rance.
Let me go back. Let me go back. Red is back. Folks, I'm not sure if Chintan made clear the impact of this information right here. We're not at the point where we're saying there's a correlation between being, or causality between being a part of the retail program standards, which are these high gold standards which have been set in the US, but are voluntary. And we apply funds to help them meet those standards there. But the data you're seeing here is groundbreaking. We've got 3 papers coming out on this that show the stronger you build your food safety regulatory program, what it's showing is less people die. So just make that clear. I mean, I'm being, this is hyperbole to an extent because they could be just getting sick or they just be getting hospitalized. But remember those numbers I gave you right at the very beginning right there. So what we're showing you today is the impact that data can have on helping you prove the efficacy of your programs. What's this showing for us is that we need to change how we need to keep doing what we're doing, but we also need to add some new elements to it. We need to see about getting those unenrolled counties, those unenrolled jurisdictions into the part of the program there. Even if they just sign up, they're learning the information to say, hey, there's a standard out there. I wonder if I'm meeting this standard. And they start just inherently looking at their own program there. That helps cause foodborne illnesses to go down. We need to make sure that we resource allocate for those who are enrolled in the standards but haven't started meeting any of them yet so that we can put resources towards them to say, here are the standards. Let us help you see what they are and how you can meet them. And then we need to make sure that those high performers out there that are meeting 5, 6, 7, 9 standards, and there are a number of them in the country that are doing that we could help them maintain those standards out there. And then we need to be able to say, to use that data, similar to how we're doing right now, and this is where your programs can come in as well. The data can be used for advocacy for you to say, the work I'm doing is important, and let's put more resources towards the works that we're doing there. We had a lot of challenges, and let me tell you that the NORS system, as good as it is not nationwide. It's because in the U.S. we have home rule, which means the closer you are to me the closer government is to me, the more laws and rules and regulations that I have at my level there. So city rules can oftentimes overrun state rules, et cetera. There's limited data. It'd be interesting. We were watching that an outbreak in one state, a number of outbreak incidents in one state. As soon as the border of the next state hit, all of a sudden there's no outbreaks at all. It's like nobody's sick in that entire state there. Well, that's not true. They were not reporting the system. So we need to build a system and get it out of that silo that it's in right now there. There's also not a national taxonomy on data collection there. So it's in all different forms, all different databases, all different systems that we're not able to put it together and use it. So we're going to be advocating for some sort of national structure and taxonomy around it. Resource constraints, the work that we did to get to this level, and we call this entry level there because we've got a number of research projects that we're going to be doing on top of this. The resources were heavy for us. We had said that we were going to do an evaluation program, but we hadn't planned the evaluation program. So I'm going to be talking to you about that as well. And then the lag in real-time data. Oftentimes we're a year, 2 years out when we're looking at federal data to be able to use it. The most important thing you can do is embed the evaluation into your plan right now and start collecting data right now. You need to know what you want to evaluate and put a system in place so that you're not at the end trying to figure out what it is that you need to evaluate. So put the plan in place, fund it, implement it and monitor it, evaluate it, learn and improve, and then integrate it back in, and then figure out what the next evaluation stage is on this. The big takeaways for you on this is that if you don't have an evaluation of your system, whether you're in industry or whether you're in your regulatory, think about what that is. Even if it's small move, you don't need to do big national databases to be able to do it, but what can you do to evaluate the efficacy of the work that you're doing? Even small data, again, fragmented data like we were able to get can be useful. And what we were able to do was we have been awarded twice now, this grant, this cooperative agreement with FDA. This new one was awarded for more than the first one. So it's now the largest cooperative agreement that FDA has ever awarded in retail food safety there. It was because we showed them this program. It was because we were willing to say, is what you're asking for right? Is what we're doing right? And did we make a difference there? So keep that in mind with your programs as well. That transparency is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranch and Mr. Chindan, for the insightful session. For the next section, our speaker is a senior food inspection specialist at the government of Ras Al Khaimah with more than a decade of progressive experience in the food safety inspection, audits, and policy developments. She led the strategic food studies, policies, and risk analysis unit. She has contributed to the national level projects with Minister of Climate Change and Environment and FAO, and plays a key role in digital transformation and inspection automation and performance management initiative. She's here to talk on the topic food safety culture in action, spearheading food safety's future by education for the FSI program and recognition by the FSI awards. Let's give a round of applause to the next speaker, Ms. Zahida Turk.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor for me to have all of you here today in our session. Thank you so much for coming. My name is Zahida, and as our moderator said, I serve at Ras Al Khaimah Municipality. So today I'm here to walk you through the journey, the achievements, and the future vision of Ras Al Khaimah Food Safety in Charge program, in short called RAK FSI, which is not just designed to meet the standards of training in Ras Al Khaimah, but also to transform the behaviors, the cultures, and the mindset towards food safety culture. So before diving deep into our presentation, I would just like to talk a little about our beloved emirate, Ras Al Khaimah. So Ras Al Khaimah is a beautiful emirate, and it is a very rich heritage of spanning over 7,000 years. It is very famous for its natural landscapes, its mangrove forests, and also it is a home to the UAE's highest peak. Within this emirate resides a community that is very resilient and that also promotes growth in public health and safety. And it is the spirit that Ras Al Khaimah Municipality is linking its food safety with balancing the tradition in Ras Al Khaimah along with proactive prevention. Our RAK Food Safety in Charge program is actively aligned with Ras Al Khaimah Vision 2030, which is actually a blueprint of happy, healthy, and cohesive community. So where do we lie in, what is the strategic goal, and where do we lie in Ras Al Khaimah Food Safety Vision? We lie here. We work on longevity, on life prolongation, and also on having a proactive prevention from the foodborne illnesses. So how do we work on these goals? We work on them by protecting the consumer from foodborne illness. We aim at having a food safety culture across the emirate, and also by strengthening that trust which is required between the food industry, the regulatory authority, and between the consumers. So when we started our program, we were very clear that for us, food safety is not just compliance. For us, it was protection, it was prevention, and it was building the trust. And how did we do that? When we came back to the traditional methods of trainings that were available in the market, we found out that they are not tailored to what we want. They are not addressing the real scenarios and the real challenges that our consumers and our food safety businesses are facing in the market or at the real life. So we decided that we need to go with something that is out of the box. And also we asked ourselves, what can we do to make sure that nobody feels he's left behind in food safety behavior or in food safety culture? And how can we achieve those goals toward having a proactive food safety culture? We did it by taking everybody on board. For us, a simple worker, a trolley carrier, and a food safety manager, they are of same importance. Each one of them plays a crucial role in food safety for us. So we took all of them on board. And by taking all of them on board, we found out that we can have a very good, safe system of food safety launched, and also we can work on a driven food safety culture. As I said before, by taking everybody on board, starting from a primary worker to all those high managers, we recognize everyone as food safety in charge. For us, all those people are very important. For us, they all play a very crucial role. I would also like to highlight here that food safety program is just not a local program. It is aligned and it enlightens the food safety trends that are going on globally. So if you see worldwide, you will see that whenever we talk about food safety, they will always be talking about one statement, and that is that food safety is responsibility of everyone. And that is what we do as a key fundamental at RAK FSI program. So how did our beautiful journey start? By 2015, Ras Al Khaimah was working with an executive order that was involving the food training programs and also the food safety behavior. In 2016, a wonderful set of inspection specialists joined the municipality. Along with the leadership of that time, those people did a gap analysis, and they found out that there is a huge, significant gap in food safety behavior within our emirate. We worked on benchmarking and brainstorming with other emirates, and in 2019, we were able to convince our executive committee that we need to go for a law. So 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, our law number 1 related to training and human behavior towards food safety in Ras Al Khaimah was launched. After that, for all these years, we have been working with having those initiatives, with doing guidelines for our business partners, gathering our business partners, and also we are right now working on the enhancement of all this program, and this journey continues. So I would like to say, think about a RAK Food Safety in Charge program as a bigger umbrella that integrates all our operational goals, our initiatives, trainings and awareness, and our recognition wireframe all together in one cohesive program. So you can say that RAK Food Safety in Charge program actually is the backbone of food safety ecosystem in Ras Al Khaimah. We also believe that one size does not fit all. So we have several levels of food safety in charge. So we start by level 1, which is for the least processing premises, such as groceries and vegetables. Then we go to the medium risk, that is cafeterias, restaurants, and all that. And then we come to the high risk premises where that involves hospitality, manufacturing, and retail. We have recently introduced an advanced level where we are recognizing those people who have excelled in their careers, those hygiene officers and managers. And we hopefully are going to be launching this by the start of next year. So what is in in our program, Ras Al Khaimah Food Safety in Charge, that makes it stand alone from the other programs? This program is tailored, so people will be getting trained based upon their specific needs. It is activity-based. Exam is very transparent. We are not allowing the training companies to do exams for those people they have trained. The exams are done by a sole independent company, American University of Ras Al Khaimah. They are our partners in exam. And also, this whole program, it is driven by food safety culture. So we have all those international norms here with us that we are working on. And how does this program is interconnected with the other emirates? We are proud to be very active partners in a project led by Ministry of Climate Change and Environment in National Plan for Unification of Training Program. We also believe in harmonization and equivalency. All those people and trainers and qualifications that are recognized by the other emirates, we are respectfully approving them and accepting them, and they are more than welcome to come and work with us. There are certain milestones here that we have achieved over the time. The first step was securing the business partners once the law was in hand. We were very tight from start. We were very strict with the competency of building the course materials. And I would also like to thanks to all of you, our business partners who bear with us. I can see some of them in the back. Thank you so much, Dr. Rashid and all of you. Thank you so much for bearing with us and having this program making successful. We were also able to achieve having an independent exam center. Once we achieved these milestones, we went towards automation. We started with a manual program. Now it has been automated, and all our services are now available on our online portal. So once our level 3, we started with actually level 3, that was the highest program at that time. So once we were matured in level 3, we started to go with level 2. While working on level 2, we found out that we have a challenge when it comes to the languages. We found out there is a challenge where those people are not able to understand those primary languages spoken in the country. So we worked on those languages. We worked on those tailored training programs with our partners, with our inspectors, and we went to their places and we gave them practical trainings. So what we got from this is that people were successful in their exams, and the compliance level of those food safety businesses was skyrocketed. We then found ourselves confident enough to go to recognize and celebrate those food safety champions working with us for many years. At the moment, we are also working on some AI-driven programs, metaverse, and gamification for the future interactive learning. This system had given us confidence in our food handlers. It gave us that trust that now we can go and we are prepared enough to launch our future initiatives. So we launched our initiatives under Food Safety Clinic and Hand Hygiene Culture Initiative. I'm sure my colleagues next year will be working and they will be presenting these initiatives once they are mature enough. And hand hygiene culture, actually, we have presented it this year in a poster as well. If you would like to see that poster by our colleague, Ms. Reem Al-Amri, it will be outside. And please, I would also like you, if you like that, please cast a poll, a vote for her in the poll. Thank you. And we are also working on food safety clinic that is a cold kitchen initiative. My colleagues next year, I hope, will be coming to you with the results. And we have done that through educating the people, and all our inspectors will be going to the site and they will be giving those on-job trainings to break the language barriers and food safety culture barriers. So the numbers speak of themselves. If you would see, we started in 2020. We were, I would say, not in 70s. It was a lower grade when it came to compliance. We achieved in the first year, we went to 71%, and then there was a remarkable shoot where in 2022, we went to 83% when it came to compliance in food safety businesses. The data is here until 2024, 2025 is not yet over. I hope next year we will be coming with the results, and my colleague, Ms. Sindhu, the lady in the red, sitting in the back, she will be presenting this to you and she will be showing you the results finally. We would do that, I hope. Thank you. In the closing, I would like to thank all of you for being the part of this program. I can see many beautiful faces, many wonderful faces sitting back that were the part during this journey with us. These are our email addresses. If you would like to reach out to us, if you would like to be the program partners, we are actively inviting you to do that. There is also a QR code here that is containing all the laws and requirements to work in Ras Al Khaimah. Please do that, and if you would have any questions, please come back to us. I would now like to give floor to my colleague, Mr. Arwa. He will be presenting RAK Food Safety Awards program. Thank you so much for joining.
السلام عليكم. سعيد إني أكون معكم جميعا. It is really nice and privileged to be with you. Zahida, my esteemed speaker, Mr. Rans, it's make it actually too easy to me to start my presentation. I will be continuing on same aspects. We are here to show you what we did on food safety culture, and my colleague was talking about training and education program. I will be taking you to a nice journey also about our recognition, what we did in terms of recognition. But before I start, today we all hit, I have here my colleague, and I think they are also there, working on one outbreak. Just yesterday night, Minister of Climate Change and Environment, they share with us news. There is an outbreak going on now in US about pie-heart infant formula, and there are already 23 kids affected and hospitalized. And we are working with Minister of Health to know if this product here in our market and if there is any affected kids. My colleague, Mr. Rans, he actually show you numbers, horrifying numbers. And I'm from this field working for last 17 years, and I'm telling you, we're not doing better when it comes to food safety, unfortunately. Since there is many challenges, people talking about climate change, resistance microbes, and so many things. But what we can say, we are not doing actually so well when it can, you can see here those innocent kids all passed away actually. And we hope we can control these outbreaks, which is going on today and in coming days about this My Heart infant formula. Why? And that is why actually we highlighted food safety culture in Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah. We realize that whatever we do in terms of inspection, testing, and maybe even violations, closures, it is not only enough to tackle those risks and those catastrophic actually. Ms. Zahid also, she showed you from 2009, people start talking about food safety culture, and many actually Beer Village and esteemed organization, Codex themselves, they issued in 2020 General Principle of Hygiene 1969, and they initiated also talk, and they start talking about food safety culture and how it is important to balance between food safety and behavioral safety or behavioral science. So from all those books, I will be highlighting one interesting book here, Food Safety Culture Diagnostic Tool Kit for Inspectors, because what we start to do actually, we start train our inspectors to how to inspect food safety culture, how to balance between food safety and behavioral safety and attitude. Ms. Zahida, she showed you what we did in terms of initiative, talking, working with medium and small premises on hand washing maybe techniques, hand wash requirement with Minister of Health and Prevention. We are also working on an initiative called Kitchen, where we go and educate people on job, giving them specific training, talking to them on how to change, how to do things in a right way. So those two things, it triggers us actually to start doing things in a different way. So we are trying to balance between enforcement, advice that we are giving to people. We are not only going to show or to detect non-conformity, we are also there to support those food handlers, to educate them, to try to change their mindset when it comes to food safety by changing what we do. If you can see here, we are very aware of this matrix. We know that not all of them in the same level. We do have those people who are calculative non-compliers. We know them. When we go and we realize those premises fall under this type of establishment, we need to train our inspector. We need to know what advice it can be given to them and what enforcement we can give to them. Because those people, unfortunately, those people doesn't care about food safety. They are just simply trying sometime to gain some financial, trying to disregard food safety requirement, and we will, by default, we will be working with them to change this mindset, to change this attitude, most probably by enforcement to this group of people. And we are dealing also with a group of people doubting compliers, those people not taking risk and hazard properly. They're thinking regulation, it is too complex, and it is not for them, and it will just waste their time. We are also working on dependent compliers. Where we go, you know that whenever we go, whenever my colleagues they go, they will find somebody says, I will do whatever you will tell me. But once you leave, he will not trying to continue this journey. So those, we name them dependent complier, because always they are depending on regulatory or depending on third party. There is those people, proactive compliers, those doing things as it is, doing requirement, very careful about requirement, very careful about food safety. Those people actually, we meant to recognize them. We meant to give them more recognition to become to final group of people, those leaders who respects and who admire and who being always proud to work in food safety. So by having this balance between food safety culture, inspection techniques, and food safety requirement, we are trying to have traditional way of doing things along with innovative way of doing inspection. Very clearly in 2009, Frank Yanis, he was talking about continuous improvement model, and we show you actually training and education, what we are going to do. Allow me now to take you to our reward and recognition program. We have started in Ras Al Khaimah. We used to have a pilot in 2023, 2022. First edition of Food Safety Award was started in 2024, and second edition was this year. We have been celebrated Food Safety Day with this award this year. I can just now play a small video to have a look of what we did when it comes to recognition. This was actually in our celebration of Food Safety Day in June. I think by second week of June, we have been awarded and recognized all those winners of Food Safety Award in addition to, and it was actually attended and honored by our General Director, His Highness Mr. Munzir, and all our esteemed leaders in Ras Al Khaimah. What we have, let me just take you quickly of what we have when it comes to Food Safety Award. We have in this, and all of us actually, day before we saw Dubai Alight. So it is actually one of our responsibility to have this recognition part when it comes to regulatory authority. Recognition, it will enhance food safety culture, and it will give you a chance to work with your leaders in industry, proactive. I show you those proactive compliers to show their success case, and of course, to encourage their peer group of industries. We do have 3 categories when it comes to food safety award. We are working, first category will be outstanding food establishment. We are here targeting medium and high risk premises. We have a second category is outstanding of food safety in charge. And we are talking here about our supervisor levels working in high risk industry. I think some of them, they are here with us. We also recognize and award food safety leader, and this may be for the first time in UAE, I can say. We are recognizing and awarding leaders because we believe it start from them and it is for everybody in their organization. So we are having our customized, actually, checklist, customized team doing this, awarding and evaluation and judgment. I will be telling you, this is the action plan we had, and actually we still have last part was not yet done. But if you can see, we have decided on a scope, we have decided on partner who's owning this initiative, time frame, and we have started in 2025, early in 2025, of formalizing our framework, guidelines, and for establishing our team who will do evaluations and judgment. After that, we went to nomination, application submission, initial screening, site inspection, audit, and we have reached to, in last 2 weeks, we did that before the last point, we did post-award engagement. We invite all those winners and nominated to tell and to show their success story to others. I will show you an interesting video in coming slides. We are here now in last, I hope so, my colleague Ms. Zahid and her team, they're working on having a report, will show us our area of improvement. It will show us also our strengths and so on. Once we have decided to go and to enhance food safety award in this year, we realize that there is a risk. There is actually a risk when it comes to a regulatory authority working on awarding food establishment. Those risks were impartiality and maybe even conflict of interest. So we're very aware of this risk. And there was also an establishment with, there was delay maybe in meeting action plan. And we have been tackling and mitigating those risks by action plan. And this action plan actually, it comes here when it comes to impartiality. What we have succeeded to do, we have an executive order from our director, and in this executive order we get a partnership from our licensing authority. So those there is 3 actually experts from economic department and from RAC TDA and from our RAC's free zone team. They were with us in judgment team. So what we are doing, we are just doing evaluation, auditing, and all results will be going to those impartial committee, and they will be deciding on who will win based on our criteria, which is in our framework that will be shared with you later on. This is actually our scoring criteria. What we do, we have our own checklist. Once we get nomination, normally we receive nomination by 2 ways. A food establishment can nominate themselves, and our colleagues actually from inspection teams, they can also nominate. They are showing me that time, we are out of time. So we have 10% will come from previous inspection, 5% also will be from valid complaint that we will receive. 5% we give it to our colleague and partner or stakeholder in economic department and other licensing authority, and 5% it will come from innovation, sustainability, CSR, being part of UAE Food Bank. I will be just going very fast. This our last event in our plan. We had organized a post-award event to peer learning, to reinforce the value of food safety culture, encourage engagement between winners, nominated, and others. We have been invited all those potential winners in 2026 to have a big session in mid or in early in this month. And just I will, for 1 minute. This was the
Food
event.
Safety Awards 2024-2025.
So actually, I will just conclude and wrap up with this presentation by alone we do little, together we do more, and this our actually always slogan when it comes to food safety culture and when we worked in Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah. Thank you so much to all of you. By this, I will be finalizing my presentation. Please feel free to ask questions. Feel free to download this Food Safety Award framework. It is in Arabic and English. And if you can maybe share it with any food establishment in Emirates of Ras Al Khaimah to nominate themselves in 2026. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are here for the next session, Smarter Learning, Safer Food, Leveraging AI in Training and Development. Food safety training is essential, yet traditional programs are often compliance-heavy and struggle to engage learners or to drive behavioral change. Artificial intelligence offers a powerful way to enhance, not replace, the expertise of food safety professionals, enabling them to design and deliver training that is faster, scalable, and more impactful. AI tools can generate tailored content, support multilingual delivery, and adapt learning paths to each employee's needs. Crucially, AI must devote the human expertise and uniquely human abilities such as empathy, context setting, and coaching, ensuring technology supports but not substitutes the trainer's role. By amplifying the reach of experts, AI helps organizations improve training consistency across multiple sites, reduce risk, and foster a culture of continuous learning. Introducing our speaker today, Alison Cousins, a learning and development leader with a background in food technology and extensive experience at BRCGS and BSI, where she delivered global training solutions for food and retail standards. A fellow of the Learning Performance Institutes, she integrates technology and AI into learning design to create engaging, future-focused programs that drive food safety, culture, and business impact worldwide. Let us welcome Alison Cousins.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you to Dubai Municipality for inviting me to speak today. It's been a fantastic conference. We're drawing near to the close of the conference, and I've learned a huge amount over the past few days. And I've really enjoyed the time here and enjoyed meeting so many people from so many different backgrounds. And I was very pleased to meet Lavanya yesterday, and I'm even more thrilled that she works for Legoland. And she's brought me a present here. So we have a box of Lego. And as a trainer, I love Lego. I think Lego is one of the most useful things that you can have in your training armory. So how many people actually train here? How many people deliver training? Fantastic. Excellent. We have a training family here, so really, really pleased that you could make it today. And we might ask you for some of your insights as part of this presentation. So training in the age of AI can be a little bit hectic, fast-paced, so we're going to have a look at how we combine our human skills with our AI tools to really amplify the message and bring that home to people. So I'm going to see, let's see if this works. It's always that tense moment. No. This one. Pressing the wrong button. Okay. So you might have noticed that we had a poll on the way in. And I always like to sort of take the temperature of the room and get to know my delegates. And so I'm getting to know you a little bit more by asking you a poll question to begin with. And this was, when you think about food safety training, what word comes to mind? And I was really intrigued just to see what was actually going to come up here. And I'm really thrilled, actually, there's some positive words coming through, because I know sometimes you might guess from the accent that I'm British, and sometimes if you ask that question, you get a bit of eye rolling and a bit of, oh, you know, we have to do our food safety training. And I'm really pleased, actually, today that we've got some more positive results here. So we're looking at competence, we're looking at experience, and importantly, we're looking at culture. And we've had some really great presentations on culture, and we have some thought leaders in the room on culture as well. And training is an absolutely vital piece of building a really, really strong culture. So we're going to have a look at the reality of training and food safety training, because I was lucky enough to be in a presentation yesterday morning with Matthias and Barbara, who are here today, about training design. And we know from data that's out there and from experiences and your experiences as food experts, food safety experts, that sometimes there are problems with training. In particular, we call it that the learning doesn't stick. We say that the learning doesn't stick. Trainees can switch off. They're not actually present either mentally, or if you're giving them e-learning programs, perhaps they're not actually, they're clicking through, they're doing it as sort of a compliance piece. They're not actually engaged in your training. And as a result, we're looking at the end result, which is behaviors don't change. And that's really what matters, because we're here to make food. And by that, we mean safe food. And we want people, we want our customers, we want you guys to all enjoy safe food. And if you have people in your facility who are not trained, not engaged, not part of that huge positive culture about food safety, then we know that we've got problems. And we still have recalls and we still have incidents. So we've been learning a lot about what's been going on in the past few days about recalls and incidents and things that have happened that have gone wrong. And I would argue, as I would do as a trainer, that training is really at the heart of that and really important piece of getting that right. So before we start, I'm going to share a story with you which actually brought this home to me in quite a real capacity. And this was to do with cybersecurity training. Can I have a show of hands? Who has actually completed cybersecurity training as part of their business? Okay. Yeah, I certainly did. About a year ago, 2 years ago, we all were sent cybersecurity training. And then after the cybersecurity training, the IT team starts sending through emails. okay? And these are the fake spam emails. And they get you to click on a link, okay? So who clicked on the link? Who clicked on the link? Okay, because I did, okay? That was going to be a problem. So I then got sent back on the training. And I was talking to one of my friends' sons the other day, and he's in his 20s. He's just started a new job. And when we were talking about training, he said, oh, I've had to do cybersecurity training again. I said, again? Well, you've had to do it 2 or 3 times? And he said, yeah, every time I click on this link, okay, the IT team sends me back, and I've got to do this training again. It's an e-learning, and I have to do the training. So I said, how many times have you actually had to do this training? And he said, 16 times. So I was like, 16 times? He said, yeah. I said, well, how long is this training? And he said, well, 30 minutes. So okay, well, let's just figure this out. My maths is not great, but I'm now figured out that you've spent 8 hours on cybersecurity training, and that was the same course? He said, yeah. And he said, it's got so bad now that my manager actually emails when the spam email goes out, and she tells me not to click on it. Because, and now this guy is not a stupid person. Just to be clear on this, he was a straight A's student throughout school. He got a first-class honors degree. He's a smart person, but yet somehow something's not connecting there. Okay, so you might have a few ideas there as to what might be going wrong with that training. But we're going to have a look now at actually how we could fix that and how we could design training in a better way. Okay, so looking at AI, okay, I use AI tools on a regular basis when I design and develop training, and when I look at helping clients with their training programs. And it's incredible how quickly things can now be developed. You can use tools, and you can have products, and you can have solutions very, very quickly. But you do need to bear in mind that AI will actually amplify your training. And I'm not using the word good or the word bad there. I'm just saying amplify. So whatever you are doing with your training, you can do it faster, brighter. You can have some amazing tools there that will help you and produce some fantastic, fantastic training in appearance and in production quality. You can really, really use those tools to great effect. But what you do need to bear in mind is that there are 2 things that companies face, and that I see time and time again. There's 2 big problems. And the first is that they need to keep in mind, who are you actually trying to teach? Okay? Have we got any food safety people in the room, by any chance, at a food safety conference? Have a look at those pictures and tell me what's wrong with those pictures. Yeah, well, no mask? Yeah, so they've got, okay, we've got 2 people there who have forgotten their PPE training. And then we've got, I don't know whether you can see the lady in any detail. Can you see any problems with what might be? Yeah. Sorry? Earring. I call her girl with the pearl earring, okay? Now, this is what happens when you search on an AI-enabled image generator and you say food workers, food manufacturing, okay? Has this come up for you guys as well? And they go, oh, that's great. We've got people in a food factory, and this is what we get with the AI-generated image. But that aside, okay, we're looking at the people that you're trying to teach. And this is one of the things that I see time and time again, is that actually when you are designing your training, you've forgotten who the actual audience is. And we could be looking at people from a very diverse range of backgrounds, different ages, different social backgrounds, different attitudes towards training. Some of them might be very highly trained. You might be looking at managers and specialists who have degrees, PhDs. Okay, you're looking at your senior leadership. Or you might be looking at your frontline workers, the people who make a difference to your customers every day. And you're going to have very, very different backgrounds there. And The next thing is looking at what you are trying to teach. And very often I go into companies and I have a look at what they've got in terms of their training content. And it's been designed by your subject matter experts. And these are the people who are the real specialists. They're the ones that know the standards, they know BRC, they know FSSC, they know the regulatory standards. And this is the amount of information they hold in their brain. Okay, at any one time, this is the amount of information because they have all of that experience, all of that knowledge, and they want to give it to everybody. And this is where I see courses developed by SMEs that either come to the training team and say, this is what we need to develop, this is what we need to train on, or they'll go straight to the learners themselves and give them all this content, okay? And I loved having this box of Lego because this is the brain of an SME, okay? It holds so much information there, okay? And your job as the training specialist is to say, okay, we need to edit this out. We need to look at which pieces of information are going to be the relevant pieces of information and which pieces of information we can leave. So you have to go through and you have to be very, very clear on that. So the process that we use in learning and development, I don't know, has anybody come across ADDIE before? Yes, ADDIE. Okay, we have all the training specialists here. Okay, so ADDIE is the process that we use to develop training, and it's a really, really straightforward and simple process, I think, to use. The beauty of it is when you actually delve into the details of this, and you as a subject matter expert can really elevate your training experience by using this model and using the AI tools to support it. So what we're going to do now is have a look at the human skills involved in ADDIE and the AI tools that we use in ADDIE. So the stages of the process start with an analysis. They go through to design and develop and implement and evaluate. And very often what we see in training is that we see some people skipping out on the first two bits and going straight to the fun part, which is actually developing the materials, because PowerPoint's fun, right? And it's even more fun now because you've got, as a developer, you've got all of these different pictures you can play with, you've got all sorts of animations, you can make a fabulous PowerPoint slide and a fabulous PowerPoint deck, but you're not going to change behavior with PowerPoint. And so this is what we need to go into the whole process now of actually developing some great training. So the first part then is to analyze, okay? And this is your SME's brain again up here. I'm sorry if I'm picking on SMEs. I'm an SME as well because I'm an SME in training. So I'm not picking on SMEs at all. So your subject matter expert has all of this knowledge and experience. And you really need to make friends with them because you're going to be working very closely with them over the next however many weeks or months or years maybe to develop a really fantastic training program. And you really need to identify and go back to your learners and find out what their needs are. What do they actually need to know? What do they need to be able to do in order to be able to deliver your safe food products, or if you're training on any other topic? So let's have a look at the human skills that you need for this then. So you need that subject matter expertise. You need to do research. You need to find out everything that you possibly can about the topic, about the area. And that's the great thing about being a trainer, because sometimes you're the subject matter expert and the trainer. Other times you learn all sorts of things from the subject matter expert. So I've learned about cybersecurity for a recent course that I was developing for somebody, and it was really fascinating. So that's one of the great things about being a trainer. You need project management skills. You need to be able to pull people together and have them in the right place at the right time. And also, what I forgot to add there is communication skills, because very often projects fail and your training will start to suffer as a result because you're not communicating with all of the different stakeholders that you need to as part of this process. So AI can really support you with that because it can help you with the needs assessment when you're looking at what your learners actually need to know. And it can also help to summarize all of the pain points, all of the things that you as a business are struggling with. You can gather the audit results, you can look at interviews, you can gather feedback from staff, you can conduct focus groups, you can have those recorded and transcribed by AI. So all of this is really amplifying what you can do. It will speed it up for you, but you need to be asking the right questions. So your expertise as a trainer and your expertise as a subject specialist really come into play there. It can also predict training gaps if it's looking at incidents, and it will be able to guide you and steer you in the right direction. So then you get onto the design process, and you still need to hold off on playing with all the tools that you might have. So you don't need to get into the e-learning side of things or the PowerPoint or designing any of the materials, but what you do need to do is to start to design your learning objectives and to start to put together the structure of your training, to plan out the training. How are you going to deliver it? Are you going to do e-learning courses? Are you going to do in-person training? Are you going to have small workshops? Are you going to give some training pieces for your supervisors to give out perhaps to staff? So training doesn't mean sitting in a room for a day or 2 or 3 days. Training should really be incorporated into your workflow and into your team's workflow in order for it to be effective. So again, you're looking at your skills of creativity, putting together some ideas for the learning objectives, but also for the structure. Communication is still really important, and also to have some kind of knowledge of adult learning theory. And there are several books and resources that you can get, again, from online, and from looking at the work of universities, the work of training specialists, and you can have a look and see how to put things together. Certainly instructional design is one of the things that people come from all sorts of walks of life to work on instructional design, and that's a really important part of this. And then we can start to put together storyboards and scripts for the training. And again, this is something that people can skip out on, but it will save you a lot of time in the long run. Because if you're spending time getting storyboards and you're planning right, you can then take that back to your subject matter expert. They can make the changes at that stage. It takes a lot more effort to change videos and e-learning at the stage when a subject matter expert comes to edit that. Because if they come with a whole new script, you're going to have to start all over again. Whereas if you can do this at this stage of the game, it will really save a lot of time. So AI can help you with generating storyboards. Again, you're putting in prompts for that and giving instructions for that. And it can also help you with learning objectives. And we're going to look at the learning objectives in just a minute. Because I'll explain what Bloom is if you haven't come across Bloom's taxonomy, because that will help you give you some structure as well. It can also help with visual design. It can give you some ideas as to what kinds of media you could use for your training and start to sort of structure things in a logical way. So let's go back to the learning objectives and my son's friend with his cybersecurity, because there was some connection there that was missing. And whoever was designing the training, and I haven't seen the training, wasn't able to make that connection with the learning objectives and also their learners. So something wasn't right there, because they were training the cybersecurity training and then assessing them with a different method. So they were assessing them with the ability to not click on a particular link. So what we need to do is to be very, very specific about what we want our learners to do and how we want their behavior to change. Because when it comes to food safety, that's what we need. We need them to demonstrate those behaviors. So this is Bloom's who's come across Bloom's taxonomy before? All the learning, all the training people, okay. So this is a way, Benjamin Bloom was an educational specialist and he created this taxonomy. It's a structure for actually organizing learning objectives. And the way that we can think about this is it's a hierarchy. So we can start by the fact that we remember something. Okay, so if we think about something like, I always think about my times tables at school, okay, and I'm not a mathematician, but I can still remember my times tables, okay, because my teacher would get us to recite it over and over and over and over again, so we can remember that information. The next piece would be to understand, okay, so if we go back to our two gentlemen who were not wearing their beard snoods, they weren't putting their PPE on. They hadn't remembered, possibly, to put the beard snoods on, but also they might not have understood why they needed to do that. So that might be the next piece, is explaining why your learners need to do something. And then we need to see people applying that. So we're watching behaviors in the factory, and we're watching people coming through from the changing room, and they've all got the correct PPE on. So we know that they've applied that knowledge, and they're able to do that. So the next stage might be something that you don't need to teach. It might be something that you are absolutely fine with teaching the first 3 levels of that hierarchy. But if you're teaching perhaps your technical team on something, or you're teaching management, you might need to get them to go to the next stage, is the analytical stage. So they might want to be taught to a higher level about, say, some standards requirements, and to have a think about why those might be important. And then we get to even higher, where we can evaluate, and then we can actually get to the highest stage. There is where we've applied all of that learning, and we can start to create things for ourselves. So if we use the analogy of the PPE, for example, it could be that you need your technical team to create a new procedure for putting on PPE, okay? So in order to be able to do that, they will need to have gone through all of those other levels of learning first. You can't go and create a new procedure for something when you have no idea about how it's actually been put together. So that's the highest order of learning. So when we're putting together learning objectives, we need to be able to see measurable outcomes. So it's like auditing in a way, because what we need to be able to do is to see how people have demonstrated what they've learned. And very often you see learning objectives being written that will say, you will be able to understand by the end of this training how to make a cake, would be one, okay? So there's no way of you knowing whether somebody understands something by just looking at them. The way that you would ask them to demonstrate that they've understood something is you would say, can you explain to me how you would make that cake? Can you remember all of the ingredients in the cake? Okay? Can you apply that to actually make the cake? So there's different levels of understanding and learning, but you actually need to be able to demonstrate that. And that's what we call the active verbs. So when you're writing learning objectives for a course, try and include these verbs as part of those learning objectives, so that you know that you can actually go and measure those learning objectives. You can see that behavior change because people are demonstrating that by using those actions. And it's okay for learning to be fun. It really is. And I think that is something that AI can certainly help with, because we've got loads more toys to play with. So let's move on and have a look at the development part, because this is probably the most fun part, actually. I know it is for me because I like playing with toys quite a lot. But you do have a vast range of toys to play with now, and AI can help with that. So we have e-learning, authoring tools that are getting much more innovative, I mean, literally by the week. We can make games. And that's something these guys here are experts in, if you need some advice on that. You can make your own avatars. You can make an avatar of yourself if you want to, or you can make an avatar of your SME. Most of the SMEs, the subject matter experts I work with, don't want avatars of themselves at all, because that's something you can program them to say anything as well, which is probably why they don't want me anywhere near it. You can also make videos. So you do text to video extremely quickly. So anything that you're trying to explain can be created very, very quickly. And there are thousands and thousands of images, video clips, things that are available to you to use at a fairly low cost as well. These don't cost a fortune. And have I missed anything out there? Activities you can build. And this is, remember, this is all the digital content, but you can use all of these as part of a blended learning program as well. So you don't have to have people sitting in a room for 2 days. You can ask them to train ahead by taking some e-learning modules and doing some quizzes and things like that. And then you can have them in the room for a short workshop. You can deliver training on Zoom if you've got sites in multiple different locations. And there's all sorts of tools on Zoom now, again, that make the training much more interactive. So there's no shortage of tools. I think the thing to remember is that you have got to go back to those learning objectives, because the temptation, certainly with AI, is that AI will agree with you and it will say how great everything is. I was having a conversation yesterday about this, wasn't I? About the fact that it will take you off on this tangent. So it will say, oh, great job, you did a fabulous job. Would you like me to do this? Or would you like me to organize your learning into this way? And you think, oh, yeah, that's great, I'll wander off with AI. And actually, you do want to make sure that you are the one that's in charge of AI, and it doesn't let you drift off into another area, because that is one of the watch-outs. The other thing I will talk about here is your IT skills and your design skills and your communication are absolutely vital, because you need to pull that back to your subject matter expert. You need to be able to share with them and ensure that whatever it is that you're training out makes sense to them. If you can test it out on your learners at this stage, this is fabulous as well, because they'll give you some very honest feedback, and all feedback is a gift, as you know. And it's at this stage where you can really sort of be creative and play around with the ideas. Have some imagination, definitely have a sense of humor. I think, you know, you have to get through life with a sense of humor, don't you? So, and you certainly do with training. So as I was saying, rapid content creation is a huge bonus for AI. It will generate quizzes for you. Again, there's another watch out for quizzes, is that very often the quizzes that it generates will be fabulous in terms of it will generate 20 questions for you, multiple choice, in about probably 20 seconds if you give the right prompts. The watch out for that is that a lot of the answers to the questions, if you've got, say, 4 answers to a question, you have 1 correct answer, and then you have 3 what we call distractors, so the incorrect answers. And very often I've done created quizzes very, very quickly for SMEs to check through. But even before the SMEs come to check it through, I can look through and think, well, it's very obvious what the correct answer is here. And a lot of the distractors are actually written in a completely different way, and it's very obvious that they are the wrong answer. So you're not actually assessing anything. And the other thing with quizzes, again, I think we had a conversation actually at lunchtime about auditor training. You are training auditors on particular skills, and you're training them, particularly internal auditors, you're training them to be auditors and audit a situation and investigate and use all of their investigative and analytical skills, and then you're giving them a multiple choice question. And I know that when I worked for a large certification scheme, that was a huge problem because we were training them in one direction and assessing them in another. And assessment is a whole other talk that I could probably go into, and I won't do now. But you do have to make sure that you're actually assessing people on what you want them to learn. So again, go back to the learning objectives, go back to where you want the behavior to change, and make sure that you're designing the assessment so that that is going to give you the right result. And multiple choice questions, they're a very easy way to assess people, but they might not actually be giving you what you need. So that's just a watch out with those. Also, as I said, you can use explainer videos. Videos are a great way of getting content across to people in a very entertaining way. Who's got TikTok? Who's got YouTube? No? No? No TikTok? Yep. One TikTok. Okay. So I've used YouTube to train me on things. My gas boiler broke down, and in the middle of winter in the UK, you don't want your gas boiler to break down. And I thought, well, I wonder if there's a quick fix for this, and went on YouTube. 10 minutes later, I turned a couple of taps on to get the water pressure back up, and my gas boiler was working again. So your audiences very often will go to YouTube, will go to TikTok, will get training content from there. It might not be the right training content, but it's there. And it's very accessible, it's very digestible, and it is extremely useful way of getting a large amount of complex information across very, very quickly. And I've seen it used very effectively in in-person training and in e-learning as well. Because remember, part of your job as a trainer is to entertain as well as inform. You want people to be engaged. So you use what tools that you can to do that. The other fun thing that it can do is voiceovers, although you will probably have to spend a little bit of time teaching it how to say certain words and help with pronunciation. It's got a lot better over the past year or so. We haven't got to teach it how to say HACCP anymore, which is good. And it does actually sound a little bit more human. And I was demonstrating some e-learning content to a client the other day, and she said, so did you get an actress for that voice? And I was, no, actually, it was AI. And she said, wow, because it used to sound quite wooden, quite stilted, and very AI. And now it's generating voices that are uncannily human. The avatars I still find a little bit much sometimes. And I think if you've got large amounts of content, try and get human beings involved rather than avatars. They're good for sort of short pieces of work. And as many interactions as you can, because learning should be about consumption. Sorry, not about consumption, creation, not consumption. And you should be getting people to test out what they've learned every so often. And you can do that in the classroom by setting exercises, role plays, and discussions. And you should be interacting with people in the same way if you're generating e-learning content. So not just pushing out to them, but also getting them to answer little quizzes. I know on one program they get you to do scenarios. So let's give you a problem, and they'll even do it branching scenarios as well. So you start with a problem, and then if you answer this way, then we'll take you down this direction. If you answer a different way, we'll take you down another direction. And you can practice your skills by doing that. So once you've developed your course, you've done some testing on your learners and they're all happy, what we then do is to implement the courses. So you run the course, you deliver the course if you're the trainer, or you go and you launch your course through the LMS, the Learner Management System, and you can then start to roll out and see what happens. So you do need, depending on how supportive your organization is, you need some good IT skills. good communication skills, let everybody know that the training's been launched, and have some patience and resilience, in my experience, because things don't always go smoothly. You might need to try a few times, get things adjusted. Somebody will come back to you in the first week and say, actually, there's an error there, so we need to relaunch. But you do need to combine that and use your AI tools as much as possible. So the great thing with learner management systems, who has learner management systems as part of their organization? So, nope, not sure. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so they are a really good way of organizing and structuring the course content in terms of being able to deliver it to the right people at the right time. You can also ask learner management systems to send reminders to people so that they can take the training, and you can host live events there as well. It doesn't have to be just e-learning. And it's also a really good way of monitoring whether people have taken the training. It might not monitor if their behavior's changed. You need to go back out to the factory or into the kitchen to find out that. But it will at least tell you whether they've taken the training, and if there is any assessment there, it will give you a grade as well. So you can put in some virtual coaches and chatbots in there as well to give some feedback. And the amazing thing about AI now is the ability to translate into different languages. And there's certainly one platform that claims to actually localize that as well. So you're not just having a particular language, it's saying we will actually shape this learning to a particular region of the world and give some appropriate suggestions on content and language. So to be able to do that is huge, because we know that we're in an industry with a huge staff turnover, people coming from all sorts of different backgrounds and different languages and cultures, and to be able to deliver training in all of those different languages, to me is absolutely fantastic, because I remember having to translate training even just about 5 years ago, and having to send it out to translators, and it would cost a huge amount, and it would take weeks to do. And now we can do it sort of in the space of a few hours. I would say you do need to get it checked by a human being as well, because you still get errors coming through in terms of the nuance, in terms of the perhaps the different words that are being used that have multiple meanings. So you do have to be careful with that. And then finally, you're looking at evaluating. And this is the most important part, because you do need to go back and find out if the behavior has changed. And so your critical thinking skills are vital here, looking at collaborating again with teams and across the organization is absolutely vital. Being able to adapt the training, and again, because you have the tools now, the AI tools, you can do this very, very quickly. You can pick up on errors and have things turned around and relaunched. Things that used to take weeks are now taking a few minutes to get fixed. So it does mean that you can generate much more content. It does mean that you can make the content look and sound incredible, but also remembering that you're going back to your learning objectives. So if things aren't shifting and behavior isn't shifting, that's when you need to go back and just check to make sure that you have got the right learning objectives and that you're lining up with those. So automating data analysis and reporting is the way that AI can support you, and also predicting any retraining needs and also any further training needs as well, which can be very useful. So thank you. That's been a very, very short run through of what's available and how you as a trainer can certainly amplify your training content and your subject matter experts' training content to your audiences, and very open to any questions. If you the QR code there takes you to my website where you've got contact details. So if you have any questions after the event, please do get in touch, because I'd love to talk to you. Thank you. Are there any questions now that I can help you with? Loan.
Alison, thank you very much. Very informative, very educational. Great training, thank you. So if you were to look back at, you have a lot of experience in this. What's the top one challenge that you see most companies having, and how would you suggest mitigating that?
I would say that the top challenge was probably one of those two challenges to begin with, is that the subject matter expert or the trainer is has so much information to give, and a lot of it will get lost. And I think that's the challenge when we are subject matter experts. It's very difficult sometimes to envisage how we got there. You know, you have all this training and experience. We've done a lot of we've taken our degrees, we've taken our PhDs in your case. We have all of this knowledge stored up here, and you forget actually that not everybody knows what you know. And I think part of our jobs as training specialists is to really dig into the details of that. It's all about communication, which is always, and collaboration. That's been two buzzwords I think have been around this conference, certainly today when we've been talking about people, but really the skills of empathy as well, being able to understand somebody else's situation, somebody else's point of view, is really vital. And AI can't help with that, can it? So, yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
Well, thank you. Very interesting, very clear and inspiring. Question, very practical. In laboratories nowadays, it's very difficult to find, say, bench analyst. You know, there's a heavy turnover.
Yeah.
Now, in your experience, or if not experience, what is your suggestions on the efficacy of a theoretical training, which then requires a practical training, versus a video training on the same practices they will have to be able to demonstrate to be able to run?
So you mean like an e-learning training? Yeah.
So it could be either remote or on-site.
Yeah, that's a really good question, actually. And I think for that, you would probably have to think about a blended approach. And again, it's going back to your learners. How much do they understand before they join? You know, did they do anything at university or anything at school or college? But really, really digging into their learning preferences, their background, their experience, their languages. Very often, and I look at Bloom's taxonomy again for this, so if we're looking at skills like remembering, understanding, to a certain extent applying, e-learning is great for that. And you can take people to a certain level of understanding and competence using e-learning. But really what you're wanting to do is for them to be able to do the bench work, to be able to do the practical skills. I don't think there's any substitute for you bringing them into the lab for that, but you can set them up with the knowledge and understanding. To use another example, when we were training BRC standards, one of the things I would really, really want people to do is to read the standard before they come to the training. Okay, so you've got some kind of background, you've got some kind of understanding, even if you've just read it once. And people would never have you would never have the time to do that. And I think, or you would, you wouldn't prioritize that. So e-learning can help with that, and videos can help with that. And you can certainly make content more appealing, more digestible, and more engaging. You know, if I was going to do that training now, I would suggest doing a very short e-learning module on the standard. And I'm not just saying BRC, I'm saying FSSC or any system or procedure. Make it engaging and to a certain extent interactive, but don't substitute the practical side as well. Blend it. So, yeah. Yes. Always.
Photos, we found that as well, pulling up AI photos often.
Yeah.
So can you give us some more examples of where you tested AI on some things and found it was not worth it?
Yes. Actually, interestingly, I was asked to develop some training as a test on, I love this title, Pest Ant Species of the UK. Which, who knew there were so many? I didn't know there were so many. So what I did was do some research and find as much information as I could on pest ants and what they did and how they lived and all this interesting information about ants. And I had it all in a PowerPoint presentation, and I fed it through into the e-learning application. And I sort of opened it up and thought, none of this really makes sense. It's kind of mashed up all of my content. It's put it in different buckets, and it's given different title. And I had done some prompting for this. I said, you know, I need an introductory course. I need it for people who aren't specialists, and I need, you know, it to be a very short, sort of, you know, 15, 20-minute module. And it came out as if somebody had put a whole load of food in a food processor, basically. They would just press the button and it came out. And I actually found it very, very unhelpful as a process, and had to start again almost and unpick the whole thing. And I think the tool that this e-learning platform had used, they were saying, oh, you know, this is fantastic. All you need to do is put this information in, come out with a course. But actually, it just didn't work at all. So I had to go back to my original structure and then just gently feed that in and use the same tool, but use my knowledge and experience of learning just to create that content. So, yeah, thank you. Any other questions at all? Okay. Thank you so much. Very, very happy for you to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alison. That was a fantastic presentation. Thank you all.